Not here.
Okay.
I'm back on YouTube. I took the other channel down, the other video down. I decided to put another live stream up. Anybody feel free to come on YouTube. I'm going to have mine divided between the TV, the Facebook video conference, and YouTube. So,
Yeah, can you bring somebody live into the stream?
what?
Can you bring somebody into the stream?
To this stream. I'll try.
No, to the YouTube stream.
You mean like invite? I don't know how to do that.
I don't even know how to raise the question. You're live streaming.
I'm live streaming right now.
Okay. If you wanted me to join that live stream, would you bring up that video?
Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can figure this out.
I'm just asking.
I think that you have to go on, log on YouTube and happen to catch me live. I think that's how that works.
Okay.
I've got it wrong again. That the idea that when you talk about
What's your channel called now?
American Social Democracy.
With 10% voting, Georgia is trending toward Biden by 2%. 51-48.
Melvin, you should know that YouTube unsubscribed me from your channel.
I hear they're doing things like that periodically. I guess just resubscribe me.
Well, YouTube dropped the hammer on some left-wing channel today.
Which one?
I don't remember. They were talking about it on Convo Couch. But their channel's gone.
Yeah, and they will sit there and accuse the left of censoring conservatives. But, you know, the left gets censored, and I like to know where the conservatives are on it. Libertarians might give a damn, but that's about it. If you're online, welcome back.
Okay, I had to rejoin the room.
On the other hand, Biden has won Delaware. Joe Biden has won Connecticut. Joe Biden has won Illinois, or Wisconsin, or both. And that's why, Trump has won Tennessee. Would have mattered. Joe Biden has won Maryland. Joe Biden has won Jersey. It's a Democrat that they won.
You know, if Biden wins, I'm going to love seeing the right wing in mourning tomorrow, because they're just going to act like the sky's falling. I'm going to turn down the volume for a minute. All right. All right, there we go. All right.
The trending Democrats.
Easily as expected. Cory Booker is elected in New Jersey. Governor Chris Hill, Republicans.
Okay, TYT is calling New Jersey for Biden.
Okay.
And we figured that.
They're projecting Biden to win Illinois.
Yay.
His election in Oklahoma. He'll be going back to the Senate, unfortunately. Bill was involved. Jeremy is running in Rhode Island. He'll be going back to the Senate. Bill Hagerty is one in Tennessee.
You gotta care here. Back in 2016, during these primaries, the networks all have states for Hillary Clinton, so there's still thousands of people who like to vote.
Yes, voting is in two different districts, and in person, making sure that we
Got to make a phone call.
Let me ask that question that I had to at the beginning. Any reason you're worried against?
Biden's projected to win Delaware. That's correct.
When I looked at this, ratings just or I didn't really have
Trump projected to win South Carolina.
as my state. I think
yeah.
Hey, what's up? Yeah, well, I got some shocking news for you. Joe Biden won Vermont. I'm on YouTube right now, so just two people are online. I think I know which two are. They're good people. So anyway, definitely, Hope your coworker come on YouTube. Tell that your worker yours to say hello. I'll respond saying hello right back.
I sent it. You're telling me he's there?
Oh,
I sent it, but I didn't get a response from him, so I don't know what he's doing.
okay.
I'm
Well,
not going to go back and forth. That's my boss.
oh yeah, that's true. Very true.
So,
Well,
but, it's Vermont. I don't know why and how, but how many people voted did it say how many people voted?
they just said that Biden is the projected winner in Vermont. Oh, here's the shocker. Biden apparently won Massachusetts.
Of course.
He won New Jersey.
Wait a minute. It's 8:10.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, let's see. What channel do I want? Fox?
No, don't go on Fox.
Why?
Fox, go on Russia Today.
It didn't have anything.
You don't have. Oh, that's right. We were talking about that earlier.
Do you remember what channel it was on? It didn't show anything about.
I don't know what channel Russia. I mean, that would be on your service. I would know.
I know, but I thought I said the channel.
Yeah.
Let's see. Thought it was up here. Oh, here it is. No, because I don't know if it's Russia. It says RT America.
That's it.
But it says politicking with Larry King.
Is it still politicking with Larry King right now?
Yeah, let's see.
Unless they're talking about the election.
I'm putting it on. 5% route are we looking at? Oh, Vermont. Okay.
I
All
wonder.
right, I have it on.
I wonder
I
how
don't know
you're.
who the guy is. He's kind of a chubby face.
Was he have round glasses?
No. Don't you have it on?
Or I don't have RTA. I just recommend that
Why
to
didn't
you
you tell me? I thought you said you were
because
going to watch that.
I don't have it, but I do.
Trump won Kentucky.
I never saw that coming. Yeah, I never saw that coming a million miles.
Oh, that's so funny.
Well, Patty, I got myself a nice bottle of Moscato, and
I think I'll grab. I'm like dying out here. I'm getting so tired. I think I'll get a glass of whiskey and see how long I can watch this.
okay.
So,
Well, you gotta. Anyway,
Trump won West Virginia.
oh my goodness, I thought Biden had that locked down.
50 to 47. Well, it says they're giving it to him, but it's only 1% reporting.
Oh yeah,
I don't get this.
they'll do that.
Oh, yeah, because they got him winning Vermont. Massachusetts is such a dope freaking state. Let's see. Florida.
That's too close. To
Tied at 49.
yeah, that's too close to call right now.
I'm going to pause this in case I miss something new while I go get my whiskey.
All right.
So did you open your bottle?
Yep. Yep. I got a bottle of Moscato right here, and it's almost empty. So I got another bottle in the car.
Oh, you've already drank it, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, gosh.
I'm over here. I got my office desk in the living room, and I'm right in front of the TV. In my humble abode.
Well, I just turned on my electric fireplace because I'm getting the sniffles and I'm getting chilly.
Oh, the wine's gonna keep me warm.
Yeah, well, you're also in North Carolina, so I'm gonna be freaking put my heat on.
Very true.
Put my electric fireplace on. I don't care. I just gotta shut it off during the day and turn it on at night. Today I left it on and it was nice and warm in here, so I shut it off. But I forgot it's gonna get like 20 tonight.
I'm jealous.
And then 60 tomorrow.
I'm deeply jealous. Yeah, anybody who tries to move down here to the south, just tell them, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it.
I actually met quite a few people that, were talking about the South and that they were down there. And I was like, oh, I was down there in North Carolina for 5 years. It might be beautiful, but man, I just couldn't get the people. I couldn't. And then they were like, well, what do you mean? And I said, so you know how North Carolina has this thing like they're the hospitality place? And they go, yeah, oh, they're not. They are so not. And I'm like, that's why. When they first meet you, it's all, hi, blah, blah, blah. And then they see you the second time, and it's like, ignore you, let's be rude.
Mm-hmm.
And they're like, yeah, I get that. I get every single one of them that said that.
Yeah, so
It's good to see this with you. All right, so let's see. But it looks like 85 electoral votes, and Trump has 55. Oh,
What?
and they said Michigan is probably not going to be done until the end of the week.
I believe that. I believe that.
That's ridiculous. They could be counting now, and this is what's going to kill people.
Hey, you know what? I'm waiting for the first state Howie Hawkins wins. What happened? Am I too loud? Hold on a second. Oh, you mean on YouTube? Hold on. I think I'm gonna need it. Thank you. Is that okay? All right. I'm oh hell.
Where are you? You're at home. Who's with you?
Okay. I have a conference right now, so I'm live streaming right now on YouTube, and then on that's right in front of me. On my right, I have a Facebook uh, a Facebook video conference with some people from the newly formed Social Democratic Party of America that I'm helping help create.
Well, I'm sorry about that, Melvin.
No, don't be sorry. Apparently, I was too loud. Hold on a second. I'm gonna try to find out. I'm gonna try to find out if I'm still loud. I got to go and okay. Uh, Let me find out. Let's see. Oh, there you are. Hold on a second, Patty.
Okay.
There we go. Perfect. All right, I'm back. Yeah. Yeah. Apparently, being on the phone here, being on this computer, being on that computer, apparently, I was kind of being loud with the other people in the conference because
Okay.
they're watching it from their homes. Yeah. Hold on. Okay. All right. I'm trying to think. Okay. All right. Hopefully. Um. Can I call you back in just a moment? Quick moment. Hello.
I'm over.
Hey, I hope I wasn't being too loud. I have it on mute. Yeah, y'all can't hear my conversation, right?
Yeah, it's just when you were live streaming, the rest of us couldn't hear anything.
Okay, that's probably what it was. I have it. I have it on. I don't know. I don't know if y'all can hear me on my side or whatever. Let's go.
Yeah,
Oh,
we can hear you fine now.
okay. All right. Well, listen. I'm gonna let you go. I will talk to you. I'll talk to you on the other side. I gotta get back online. All right. Bye bye. Okay, Patty. I'm over here. How are you, Patty? I don't have COVID. I promise. All right. Hopefully I'm okay. Hold on a second here. Can you hear me now? Good. What are you doing? I can hear you. Oh, I'm drinking right now. That's what I'm doing. Uh, have fun. You see, I'm typing back to you. I misspell a whole lot. Uh, there we go. I can't believe I misspelled that. Yeah. Oh, right. Uh, Oh, okay. Uh, I am back. Ah, all right. Do this. I got too much stuff going on here. Okay, I know what's going on. I had various channels up here on YouTube, and because of that, it's created a lot of noise in the background. Hey, Patty. Hey, John. Hey, Joshua. I hope all y'all are doing awesome. Awesome. I'm drinking toast to every one of y'all right now. Everybody else who comes in to listen. I'm guessing my buzz might be kicking in. Mhm. Ah, you know what? Let me finish this up. More wine. I am going to advertise Riscato. Best wine around. A good Italian wine. Thanks, Josh. Cheers, John. Toast, Patty. And anybody else who's out there, what's up? They said it's got a long ways to go in Pennsylvania. What? No, no, that's got to be a county. That's got to be a county. Okay. Sorry, I was just looking at something here. Interesting. Oh, let's see. Oh, hold on a second. Somebody's instant messaging me on Facebook. All right. Mhm. Okay. Okay. I'm not surprised about Georgia. Let's see. I'm particularly partaking of in Irish whiskey. Yeah, well, in Ireland, Patty. In Ireland, I'll be drinking some whiskey too, but I'll probably be drinking a lot of Guinness, like I did last year. I guess you did too. I think we both drank a lot of. You probably drank a little more whiskey than I did, but I drank a hell of a lot of Guinness. It's always good to drink. I don't do it like I used to. Yeah. I'm just, Patty. That's why you really are younger than me because I can't keep up with you sometimes. Mhm. I'm glad everybody's here. Y'all know that I'm a political nerd, and that's how I operate. I just always been deeply, deeply ideological, for better or worse. For some, I've irritated them. For others, they're humored by me. I've always been an eccentric crank when it comes to politics. That's just how it is. I just wish that I would have had the option to vote for Bernie Sanders today. I wanted a Bernie Sanders Tulsi Gabbard ticket so bad. The very ticket I wanted was the ticket I didn't get. I'm upset by that. Hold tight. All right. Hold tight. All right. I got to go and do this real quick. Hold on. Let me do one of these real quick. Hold on. I got to make a phone call to somebody real quick here. Be very quickly. I'll be right back in a moment. Hey Dwight, I'm on YouTube right now. If you and Jim wants to get on YouTube, say hello to me. I'm drinking I'm drinking right now. I'm watching the election results and just I'm kind of divided between Facebook and YouTube right now. So go on my YouTube page if you don't mind. All right, I'll see you then, or hear you from, or All right. Okay, guys, I just got to type an instant message to somebody. Okay, I'm back. I'm sorry. I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. Okay. Take care, John. I'm sorry I got kind of heartbroken. Me too, Josh. I am too. Hey, Catherine, Kathy Ann, Patricia, Dwight. What's up? What's up? I'm getting nice and buzzed right now. Okay. Let's see what we got here. Indiana voting for Trump. Why am I not surprised? Well, Yeah, Patty. Unfortunately, I think that's what motivates the Latinos in Florida. Never mind that there's a tiny little group in Miami called the Democratic Social Revolutionary Party, which opposes the communist rule of Cuba, but also opposes the U.S. bully in Cuba, wanting Cuba to be more like Sweden. Arkansas for Trump. Yeah, it ain't Clinton territory anymore. That's pretty damn sure. I just hope that a lot of people don't end up, hating me for voting green like I did this morning. I just couldn't vote for Biden. I would have felt dirty voting for Biden. Hold on, just hold tight, hold tight. There we go. Let me get back to the YouTube, the Facebook one. Hold tight. I'm going to mute it just ever so quickly. I'll be right back. I just got to check something here real quick. Yeah. All right. I'm going to mute this one for a moment. I'm going to mute it, but I'll be right back. All right. Okay, I'm back over here. How's everyone doing? You know what? Since I work graveyard shift, I bought some NoDoz just in case. If I need to stay up, I got NoDoz. Not NoDoz. I'm sorry, Vibrant. You know what I mean.
Well, you know the old joke. What happens when you have a drug on coffee?
What happens?
You get a watery drug.
Oh, that's good. I'll have to steal that one.
Well, Trotsky said we never gave much support to Jeff.
I was a revolutionary communist was commenting on me the other day, saying that socialist alternative is my favorite Trotskyite group, and somebody said, "Oh, that figures."
We're talking an actual RCP member.
Sympathetic toward the politics of the RCP. Yeah. Absolutely.
I believe so. Every time I think of Malice, I think of who's the leader of the party made for you and me. M-A-L-T-C-P-U-G. Mousy Club.
Mousy Club.
Mousy Club.
Mousy Club.
Forever let us all the ripples high, high, high. So come along and sing the song, you'll be a revolutionary. M-A-L-T-C-T-U-G. Shoreline, Mousy Club. Shoreline, Mousy Club. Forever let us all the ripples high, high, high. Come along and sing the song, you'll be a revolutionary. Excuse me. M-A-O-T-C-P-U-G. T-S-E-T-U-N-G.
That's pretty good. I like that.
I never heard that before. For some reason, I had this penchant for collecting sectarian songs. It helped in doing a duet with Bernie. You know the Gipsel songs? Sure, well, what do you want to say? You know the Club Makers Union? They call it Makers Union. It's a union. Oh yeah. It's one of the bluest states in the union. I mean, it's got 2 Democratic senators, 1 Democratic congressperson.
Oh, you talking
Some
about?
other states that have more senators than congresspeople.
Oh, you talking about Vermont?
Yeah.
Well, you guys remember Bernie's actually an independent.
Yeah, it was so strange to me. Bernie had the
How's the Senate race in Vermont going?
I don't think either of them up, are they?
Man.
I'm going to mute it. I'm going to mute this Facebook one. I'll be back in a little bit.
Okay. Over here.
Okay. All right, come on, guys. I'm back. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I hope everybody's still here. I was conversating on the other Facebook group. We're talking about the Trotskyite group, Socialist Alternative. I commented on a Facebook discussion the other day that Socialist Alternative, as much as I'm not a Trotskyite, Socialist Alternative is one of my favorite Trotskyist organizations. And somebody who knows me with revolutionary communist mindset said it figures. So, but I don't mean revolutionary communist. That's in the Maoist organization, the Revolutionary Communist Party. But Bob Avakian, he's a nutcase. But most people, I guess, who would describe themselves as revolutionary communists would kind of orbit around someone like Bob Avakian. Heaven knows why. A couple of years ago, well, I know, actually 20 years ago, I went to this anti-war rally in Washington, D.C. I was with the Socialist Party USA, and there were these people from the RCP with the bandanas around their faces. They were wearing bandanas before the rest of the population were. I guess they were ahead of the curve. You must have known COVID-19 was coming. Nah, just kidding. I was making fun of them, kind of harassing them a little bit. I was like, you don't need to be in the Revolutionary Communist Party. No, discard that Maoism stuff. Become Social Democrats. Join the Socialist Party USA. Our National Secretary, Greg Payson's like, no, you really don't want to do that. Honestly, you really wouldn't want to do that. Oh, come on, Greg. It'll be fun. But shortly thereafter, whereas the DSP USA didn't go Maoist, they certainly flirted with a weird type of Trotskyism that I think they've been kind of cured from, but it's too much of a shell of his former self. But anyway, I shall return. I'm going to put this on mute for a little while.
Oh, it's on your.
Oh. I hear it.
Yeah, it's on your YouTube channel.
Must have been a delay. I remember when I said that.
Anybody younger than us, that wouldn't be funny.
I was on the YouTube thing discussing the time I taunted members of the Revolutionary Communist Party at an anti-war rally in Washington, D.C. in 2002. At the Washington Monument, these RCP fuckers with the bandanas went spreading around their literature. And I was like, y'all don't need that Maoism. Come and join us, the Socialist Party USA. Greg Payson looked at me. He said, Mel, you don't want them with us? Please don't do that. I have a Greg Payson. Huh? Yeah, I'm broadcasting on YouTube. Mm-hmm.
Oh, we are.
Actually,
Melvin is live streaming from his channel, and he's picking up what we are saying.
yeah, I've got it on mute right now, so you know I can't, you know, I mean, I don't know if they can hear me, but you know, anyway. But anyway, getting back to Greg Payson, he used to like to go into revolution books in New York, and he liked to wear the T-shirt with the little fist and rose and everything, just to fuck with the people from the RCP. And he said he used to enjoy that.
Oh, by the way, Sammy. Yeah. Larry Blaylock is not a conservative. When I met him the first time, he was a member of the Revolutionary Communist Party.
Yeah.
Yeah, we met in a class on Marx Capital.
Larry Blaylock.
Well, different one. Although I figured we probably did about $500,000 damage to Richmond and equipment at Kent State University. They decided they were going to build a gym annex on the spot where two of the students were murdered and fell. I thought that was a very bad idea. And there were so many of us, we ripped down the cyclone fence and went after bulldozers and high boys and, you know, anything that moved. Everything there would put sugar to gas tax. If we get caught, we'd probably just be getting out of prison now.
What are you giving me? What?
$500,000 property damage? Yeah. We also set a couple of things on fire, turned over a police car.
Paleo-libertarian.
What about the
Yes. No, because they were all wearing West Brothers. The cops sprayed us with tear gas so thick you literally could not see the person next to you. Yeah, Veronica recommends that.
I'll be right back.
Okay. Your hand face protection. Because, if you're blowing your tear gas back at the cops, they're spraying you with mace. Mace really hurts. That was the one demonstration where I got maced the horse. The phone was, well, of course the horse went nuts. The rider hit the cop. It's so stupid. It's like you can get somebody killed.
Yeah, that's true.
All right.
I don't know. I had a cop ride me down. So. But he was a Brit. What can you expect? I was at a conference in London, and there was some large strike going on. So, of course, everybody at the Labour conference had to go to Trafalgar Square to support our comrades who were on strike. And the cops came at us on horseback, on motorcycles, on foot.
You found your time.
I'm back. I'm back. I'm back.
Yes,
Well, if you're in a good mood,
he's generally a good man. I've only known him for 25 years.
oh,
As the technology gets better and better, we know each other better and better. We used to chat by Facebook, I guess, then email, then Melvin did his YouTube show, and now we're all here together. And Melvin's getting more wine.
You said no. So no,
You'd have to ask him.
Okay, hold on a second. Okay, what were you asking now?
Go ahead, Morgan. Melvin.
Yeah. Well, sort of. I mean, I have two laptops. My one laptop is on YouTube, and the other laptop's here on Facebook. Y'all be sure to subscribe.
I was telling Veronica earlier, I went to see George Carlin perform someplace in Cleveland. I don't even remember where it was. This was in 1974. I was 18. And as Carlin's leaving, I was going to head towards the dressing room. And I go, "Hey, George, I got a joke for you." And he says, "Yeah, everybody does." He says, "Is yours any good?" I said, "I think you'll like it. I really did." So he invited me to come into his dressing room. He said, "Okay, let's hear it." Why are people angry when they're pissed off? Wouldn't you be more angry if you were pissed on? The guy pissed on me, and boy, was I pissed off. And Carlin says, "Okay, I'll give you an A+ for the joke and an A for the imitation." I said, "Are you coming to the second show?" And I said, "No, I can't afford it." And he says, "Well, I always keep two seats. Front row, stage left. One for my wife, one for my manager. It's part of my contract. They're always open. I know neither one of them's coming tonight. Go get yourself a date and come back and sit in those seats. So I did. And when he told the joke, he said, and the guy over here gave it to me. Come on, stand up, sir. We'd like to see it. Turn around, face the crowd. And 15 years later, George is doing, I think it was his second HBO special. And he's doing the 7 Dirty Words. You're here in the palms, your hands secure your spine. God help us bring us peace out of it. And he says, as he tells the joke, some guy in Cleveland gave him this joke. What a prince. I'll always be sad he never got to see my show.
George
I would have appreciated the critique.
George Carlin's one of the greats.
Oh, he just got to Los Angeles, and he went to a comedy club to see Lenny Bruce perform. Ow!
Mm-hmm. I like Lenny Bruce.
Well, the cops raided the show, and they arrested Lenny, and they arrested the owner of the club. And one of them, cop walks up to Carlin and says, "Let's see your driver's license." And Carlin says, "Why? I'm not driving. I'm sitting in a nightclub." He said, I have to see your driver's license. No, you don't. Well, he spent the night in the cell. He thought it was right across from Lenny Bruce. He ended up being George Carlin.
One of my favorite YouTubers, The Amazing Atheist, George Carlin was his favorite comedian. He was influenced with his comedy from George Carlin. And I see a George Carlin style in his presentation, don't you?
Oh, did you ever see him on the Flip Wilson show?
I remember the Flip Wilson show, but I don't remember seeing George Carlin on the Flip Wilson show.
He was a regular for 2 seasons. Yeah, man, still sleepy, hippy weatherman. Tonight we're going to have a Canadian low, which should not be confused with a Mexican high.
Oh my God.
So tonight's weather, it'll be mostly dark with periods of light toward Monday.
Do y'all remember Rowan and Martin's Lap-In, where Dan Rowan did the News of the Future 20 years from now? In 1968, he says, News of the Future 20 years from now. On today's news, President Ronald Reagan, blah, blah, blah. I forgot what he was saying. And so they predicted Ronald Reagan was going to be president. And then a year later, in 1969, News of the Future, 20 years from now, 1989. People were dancing in the streets today in Berlin as the Berlin Wall came down. Like these 2 predictions that were made.
Do you remember that was the week it was? The report from Yahoo. No, you wouldn't remember, Melvin. Anybody else remember that was the week it was? David Frost? Yeah. Yes. And
I was born in 69, so there you go.
And Tom Lehrer was the musical.
Oh, yeah.
And the white folks hate the black folks, and the black folks hate the white folks. They hate all of the white folks. It's American as apple pie, but during National Brotherhood Week, everybody smile on one another. Find someone who is inferior to you. And the Catholics hate the Protestants, and the Protestants hate Catholics, and the Hindus hate the Muslims, and everybody hates the Jews. But during National Brotherhood Week, Sheriff Clark and Lena Horn are dancing, shake, shake. can't remember all of that.
Mm.
Boy, that's a reference that would make no sense to Sheriff Clark and Lena Horne. Sheriff Clark, yeah.
I remember when
Sheriff Clark.
I remember when I was growing up in the 1980s as a teenager, I used to ask my dad, it's like, why won't they? Hmm?
Yes, yes. Yeah, Roy Clark was, I believe, the sheriff of the county that someone was located in.
When I was
Nick O'Connor.
Oh, yeah, the second set of stairs.
when I
Oh, Connor, oh, yeah.
when I
Go
was
ahead, Melvin, you were
I'm sorry. When I was growing up in the 1980s, I asked my dad, when I was fascinated by a lot of stuff from the 60s, like, why don't they show reruns of the Smothers Brothers Comedy Variety Hour? And my dad would respond, well, a lot of people will not understand the reference. But several years later, I ended up watching it when I was in college. They were playing, I don't know what station it was on. They were playing old episodes of the Smothers Brothers Comedy Variety Hour, and actually, I did understand a good majority of the references and cultural references to the program. So I guess I'm proud of that.
when we first formed the McCluskeys, my wife and I, by the way, Melvin is the only one who met both of my spouses. Or are they spikes? Oh well. When we first formed the McCluskeys, it was my wife, my cousin / brother, his wife, and me. And Lars had this line. It said, and here he is, proving insanity runs in my family. My brother did it. And Susan went up to him and said, you know, Lars, that joke's getting a little old. You know, he is my husband. And that's pretty cool. And Lars says to well, Susan, you're going to have to take it up with the guy that wrote the joke. And he said, okay, who would that be? That would be Gabriel. He writes all the jokes. He always has written up. When you're 16, he wrote all the jokes. That's what we keep him around for. And she came to me and said, well, why would you write something like that about yourself? If you're doing a brother act, if you're doing a sibling act, you eventually will be the Smothers Brothers or Donnie and Marie. It's just going to happen. You know, one of you's going to be the big banana, the other one's going to be the small banana. And just one of my absolute favorite things that happened while we were performing. Lars asked me to introduce a song called The Good Ship Kangaroo. And I said, okay, this is a song called The Good Ship Kangaroo. And Lars says, I was actually hoping for a little more. Okay, this is a song about smoking opium. I said, it is? I said, yeah, this is a guy who went off to, you know, sow his wild oats, and while he was gone, he said to his girlfriend, hey, when I get back, we'll get married. And she said, marry that. And went off and had her own fun. And he took to smoking opium. And the last thing the people of Cork saw of him is that he disappeared out of Cork Harbor in a puff of smoke. Did you? Did you know how the story was going to end?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, good ship.
The Good Ship Kangaroo?
Kangaroo.
No. No, it's
It's different. It's not really about the big ship.
no, that was a Woody Guthrie song. It's the old country tune, Wildwood Flower. No, The Good Ship Kangaroo is much more comedic. Although thinking about Louisa Jo Killen, I got my banjo on. Did you take, Margaret, did you take a look at any of those clips I sent you? I said, did you take a look at any of those clips I sent you?
I am taking my shoes off, people, and it feels so good.
Last night I sent you two. Last night I sent you two YouTube URLs. I don't think you're understanding the story I was telling you. So there's one clip of the Clancy brothers with Louis Killen, and then there's another of Louisa Jo Killen singing a Bonnie Bunch of Roses.
Yeah, I'll have to listen to those.
I am. I'd love to know how Louisa trained the voice. Ouch. I mean, Louis wasn't a deep voice, but it was a very masculine voice. Melvin,
Hey,
did you know the Clancy brothers were?
the Clancy brothers?
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
they were the most famous Irish ballad group.
Mm-hmm.
And they started out as the Clancy brothers and Tommy Makem. Well, Tommy moved to the United States, and he decided he wanted to take things easy. So he gave them a year's notice. And so they replaced Tommy with an English singer named Louis Killen. And I was joking around with the youngest Clancy brother, Liam, and somebody said, you know, every Irish American boy wanted to be one of the Clancy brothers. And Liam said to me, which one did you want to be? And I said, Louis Killen. No, I was slagging Liam.
Uh-huh.
I expected him to get this all this, but he laughed hysterically. Okay, what's so funny? Well, I found out 6 years later, after Liam had died, that Louis Killen spent his last 7 years, or her last 7 years on this planet, as Louisa Jo Killen. I think I got the better of Clancy. How many transgender folk singers are there? I think there's Louis, there's Harry Shearer's character, The Mighty Wind, and me.
Tell you what, I'm buzzed right now.
Yeah, me too. We ever thought about putting chocolate in beer? That's a good thing.
Makes me almost want to rethink getting my Moscato.
Melvin, do you remember David Hacker?
I remember corresponding with him 12, 13 years ago.
He used to tell me I was an alcoholic because I drink more than 2 beers at one sitting. Which is more beer than he had ever seen anybody drink.
Oh, he's pretty much a teetotaler?
Yeah. Hey, I'm sorry, Margot. I mean, we spent a lot of years sitting around our mead halls developing that enzyme that allows us to metabolize alcohol. You guys didn't.
I'll tell you. I don't drink that much these days.
I drink it. I'll probably have a beer twice a month.
I used to I used to drink for any old reason at one time. My body just can't do it anymore. So it's special occasions, and I guess election night is a special occasion.
Oh yeah.
Mhm. Last time I got drunk, actually, Catherine, the last time I got drunk was on YouTube a couple of weeks ago. I did a live stream. Yeah,
I remember that.
yeah. I was doing the Guinness that night. Yeah.
Yeah, Milton's had one on air.
Yeah, I sure did. I did
Guinness.
I did like 3 or 4 Guinness, and I did some Michelob Ultra Lights.
I don't understand light beer. That makes no sense to me whatsoever.
I got into light beer. Because a good friend of mine drinks light beer, and I got into the habit of it when we hung out. So,
Well, you know, if you want half the calories and half the alcohol, you can drink half as much.
yeah. I don't know. I mean, actually, a Michelob Ultra Light's pretty good on a bottle. I like it in a bottle pretty good, especially if I have a nice steak along with that.
When I was earning my PhD, I'm sitting in my rooming house in West Pub near the campus. And it says, Doc, you gotta come over. Why? He says, you gotta sing the parting glass. Why do I sing it to you? No. I want you to sing it for the whole pub. Why? Everybody's hurting. Well, we got 2 rugby teams in here, and I don't think they're going to go home.
Mm-hmm.
Joe, our close at 11. It's a 9:15. And he said, take a cab. Oh, all right. And but I went in. I had a beer. It was 5 to 11. I sang the party glass. Everybody over. Then I stayed around with the owner and sculling plates of Guinness while he cleaned up the place.
You know what I'm just thinking about, Kathy Ann? Me and my friend Patty, we went to a pub in Galway last year called Patty's, and it was a interesting. I think we wish we'd been there about an hour or 2 earlier because the people were really nice at that pub. I don't know. I just have Ireland on my mind right now. I gotta make a phone. Huh?
My students always knew what the last question of the day would be.
What was that last question?
Down the pub? Which is how you say you want to go for a drink in the British Isles. They put up their hands and I count them up. They go back to my office and I call the publicans. Yeah, I'm bringing 17 people down, push the tables together. Oh, he loved me. Oh, he wanted to give me free drink. He wanted to get me fired.
Oh, good Lord.
If the college thinks I'm bringing these people here in order for me to get free drink, I will be fired. That will happen. And okay, well, they won't give you any free beer then.
I'm gonna tell you one thing. The Guinness in Galway, Guinness in the Republic of Ireland is superior to the Guinness here in the USA.
Yeah, they don't pasteurize it in Ireland.
Yeah, makes me want, just for the beer alone, it makes me want to go back. Yeah.
You should see the latest Philosophy Tube video.
And what's that?
Well, Philosophy Tube is literally that. It's a philosophy for masses. And it's done by an Englishman named Ollie Thorne.
Mm.
And he's saying, well, we have different conceptions of freedom. I'm a Brit. I can eat Guinness or I can eat haggis. You can't because you're an American.
I have never had haggis.
Oh, it's wonderful.
Yeah. Hold on a second. I'm on YouTube right now. Well, I'm on YouTube and Facebook. So I'm live streaming on my Facebook page. I'm also live streaming on Facebook. I'm watching the election results and I'm buzzed, and I've gone through a bottle and a half of wine already.
Oh, wow.
So I'm buzzed. Yeah. Hold on. Hey, can y'all hold on? Catty Ann, I'm talking to some friends of mine on the phone. Jason and Kim. Kim is from Pittsburgh, right? You're just from outside of Pittsburgh, right? Reedville? Meadville. Okay. Yeah. Some friends of mine I'm talking to, and they're she's from Pennsylvania, from the Meadville area. Are you familiar with Meadville?
Yeah, you got through it on the way to Erie.
Okay. Anyway, we're watching all of us watching the election results right now, and I'm sort of been divided between Facebook and YouTube and all of that. So I'm kind of more or less talking to Patty. And Patty on YouTube told me dummies control the house. I love you, Patty, even though we have different political views. And then talking to my social democrats over here on my YouTube page. I mean, on my Facebook video conference and all of that. So anyway, I just want to say hi to you both. I hope y'all voted Green Party today for president. I will talk to you guys later. Bye-bye. All right. Hold on. Catty Ann, this is Jason and Kim. You want to say hi to Jason and Kim?
Hello.
Catty Ann said hello.
Solidarity comrades.
She says solidarity. They said solidarity right back. All right. Well, listen, guys, I'm going to go. I will talk to you guys later. All right. Bye-bye. All right. Talking to some old friends of mine. I just want to see how they were doing over there. Anyway, one of my friends here has something to say about the house, and then we're moving back over here. But regardless,
you can't imagine how many friends I lost going through transition.
Well, you didn't lose a friend over here over that.
I know that.
Yeah.
I know that.
Yeah. You didn't.
No, I mean, I know you don't care. Dwight doesn't care. Most of the people in the old fart pockets couldn't give a damn.
Yeah.
But I mean, there are people that are like, "How could you do that?"
I do have a question though. Did David McReynolds know early on?
You know, David Hacker.
I mean McReynolds.
No, I'm coming to McReynolds.
Okay, sorry.
David Hacker said to me, "Why is it like the people you get along best with in the Social Democrats are Tom Kahn and Bayard Rustin? And in the Socialist Party, it's David McReynolds, and in the New American Movement's Leo Casey, and the woman from D.C. Her name's not coming to me. So, it kind of seems like all your friends in the socialist movement are gay. And I never thought of that. But yeah, I guess McReynolds was one of the first people I told online. I don't think he ever quite processed it. I remember. Let's go ahead, Margo.
Saturday night.
Yeah.
I don't remember this is what this way.
Notes for a longer article.
I think it was David Della driving the other side. Oh yeah, notes for a longer article. For Pittsburgh work for an article. That was in. Yeah, I remember that was on 1970. Yeah, I remember that. It's helpful. Yeah, seeing how it's the article.
Took me the longest time to figure out everything.
Hey,
Hey, what's up? How are you?
I don't understand this.
And what's that?
Actually, it's the night of the bus.
Hold on. Let me go back.
Hold on a second. Hey, I will be back in a moment.
Okay.
Hi.
So it says
Okay.
that is, you listening to me?
I am. I'm just going to leave a little note on the YouTube. I will be back shortly.
Okay, so Rhode Island is 32% in, Trump has 54.2, and Biden has 43.8, and they're giving it to Biden.
Whoa. You're telling me that. They did that.
Right now, Donald Trump is projected to have 92 delegates, and Uncle Joe Biden 119. I mean, electors to the.
They were ragging on me at work. They were ragging. Hold on a second. I will be back, folks. They were ragging on me about my work.
So far, the only states that the Associated Press that called for Biden are Vermont, New Hampshire, New York, Massachusetts, Virginia.
49.
Let me take a look at North Carolina.
New Mexico,
North Carolina. Hold on a second. What's it look like?
They've called West Virginia, Kentucky, Indiana, Tennessee, Alabama, Massachusetts, Louisiana, Arkansas, Oklahoma, Nebraska, South Dakota, and North Dakota, and Wyoming for Trump.
Well, something to be more
That's what they
confident.
say he won. He won, I don't even remember. I'm just, Michigan, he's winning in Michigan.
Who's
There's only
winning?
18% in.
Who's winning in Michigan?
Trump.
Oh.
Trump. He's winning in Wisconsin.
You know what they say about Kanye West? And I don't even know, I just know his name. I don't know what Kanye West has ever done that people talk about him so much. I mean, I wouldn't even recognize him.
Again, this is the Associated Press. They're saying there are 40 Democratic senators and 38 Republicans, and other parties
Yeah,
have 2 seats.
Yeah, guys, he's done.
Howie didn't show up in Mass, and it was zero, or whatever his name is.
Which one of those is Bernie?
Yeah, he had 0%.
Don't worry, the evening's still young. Well, I mean, Howie Hawkins will get Massachusetts along before he gets North Carolina.
gosh. Ohio, Trump just jumped up to 48%. North Carolina, Trump jumped to 48%, and he's 50.
And everything's getting close to wrong. So, yeah, the night still comes. Trump is Wednesday.
Which state was that?
Biden, it says 43.2, and Trump is 53.7 in name, but the check mark in name
Oh,
for Biden. That's why I don't get this. I can't stand them. Like, it's not like I was last time. It was so easy when they did it last time. I'm going from so many different channels, though, you know.
hold on, let me introduce you to my friends here. Catty Ann, I want to introduce you to Patty. Patty, this is Catty Ann. Catty Ann, this is Patty.
Hey, how are you?
What's
How's
up?
election night for you, honey?
Hi, Patty.
Right.
All my friends from the Social Democratic Party of America said hi.
Yo, I'm sorry you're there, but whoa, what's up?
Yeah.
Did catch that.
She said, "What's up?"
Oh, what's up?
Trump's up by 1% in Texas.
Yeah. Yeah. She's
Oh,
a
point one. No, yeah, not even 1%.
she's my friend Patty is a moderate Republican, you know. But anyway,
I didn't realize there was such a thing.
yeah,
New Mexico.
yeah. We went to Ireland together last year.
I remember what Monsignor Rice said when he found out there were Catholic Republicans.
What did the Monsignor say?
They said, "Oh, I've heard they're Catholic Republicans. Another sorrow for my old age."
That's funny. Yeah.
Funny guy.
I am toasty right now. Patty, I'm toasty. Cassie Ann, I am toasty.
I got arrested with Monsignor at some demonstration. I told him he was going to have to call my mother.
Why is that?
Because I was 17.
Oh, okay.
Wasn't getting arrested at a demonstration. And so he called her, and he wasn't saying a whole lot, but you could hear a whole lot of sound coming from the other end.
So what was he arrested for?
Disturbing the peace or whatever. We hadn't done anything. We just got off the subway, walked up to the street level, and we were arrested.
Yeah, because my friend Patrick O'Neill is going to go to prison for a few years for Kings Bay, Georgia protests at the protesting the Trident sub.
I really admire the Plowshares people.
Yeah, me too.
The Berrigan brothers and Elizabeth McAllister were good friends. Molly Rogers is still a good friend.
Yeah. David, the late David.
My phone,
Yeah. Hold on, Patty. Sorry.
Yep, I heard.
Okay.
I'll be right back in a moment.
Okay, right now, according to the Associated Press,
Yeah,
Joe
they're-
Biden has
they're
122
watching the
electoral
election
votes,
result.
but only 48.6% of the vote. Donald Trump has 92 electoral votes and 50% of the vote counted so far.
Okay.
Yeah, because we may see a police show. We see a police show. Yeah,
Margo. Margo. I'm talking.
Yeah.
yeah.
Last time that West Virginia went blue, I believe, was in 1996 for Bill Clinton.
I actually hope that Trump wins. For state president.
Washington, D.C., 93.6% for Biden, 5% for
He
Trump.
wants to be one, and we might
Not,
have to
not,
get.
not, not DC.
That's what I'm counting on.
There was
That's what I'm counting on. Che Guevara, in his book on guerrilla warfare, everybody can see the facts. But Biden's less stand-up. He's killed 10 times. Trump with 5 more. But you know, you don't look at Joe Biden and say, "Oh, he's a fascist."
They like Bernie Sanders a lot better than Hillary or Joe Biden. Sleepy Joe.
Did I tell you?
They told me that they have to.
Did I tell you about
once the hurricane
fires
wears
starting
off.
across Europe?
Feels like it's wearing off.
There was a Dominican, a Franciscan, and an Augustinian. And they were arguing about which one was better. When the driver stops the rudder of the horse, they decide they're going to get out and pray for an answer from God. And a note comes down from heaven, and it says, all the words are equally pleasing in my sight, signed Jesus Christ.
I don't know if that's a big old shocker, is it?
SJ Society with Jesus. In other words, Jesus is good.
I wonder. It'd be funny if I'm buzzing and my live stream stay on for several hours.
You're off tomorrow, right?
No, I go to work tomorrow night.
Oh, tomorrow night.
Better with my hair.
Yeah.
I wish it had been this long when I was in high school.
That's what happened. So, anyway, I want to talk to you, and I'm gonna go back on.
In Melbourne, that's thunderous.
Hold on a
Go
second.
to your conferences, all right?
Hold on.
And I'll chat with you later on.
Take care. Bye bye.
That was real loud. I mean, you're like,
Oh. I'm sorry. Is everything okay now?
yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I think it'll be delivery of the Trump comment,
As much as I am opposed to Trump, if Biden wins, you know, is that me? Ooh, wonder what's causing that. Hold on. Is that me still?
That sounds like Trump trying to whistle.
Yeah.
There's a huge room outside the White House.
Is that sound coming from me?
I just got to read. Something's feeding back. Samantha, what you have on in your apartment beside your computer?
Nothing.
Okay.
And I had the volume on my phone turned off.
Okay. Yeah, that's gonna be a moment.
Oh, hold on.
Just turn your volume down.
Biden's projected to win Colorado.
How's that?
And the very first thing it says about her is, what member of the Bacon Jewish and she's covered with Catholic. She's got tattoos all over. Right out Jewish is. Okay, somebody's got the news on. It's real loud. Someone has the news on and it's really thunderously loud.
I don't think it's from me though. My volume's low.
Somebody's listening to the news. The news is still drowning out everything else. Please turn the news down.
I don't have any news on, so it can't be me or Sammy. So
I didn't say it was anybody. I'm just saying.
I turned mine down. It was slow anyway.
Yeah, we don't turn other appliances up real loud and we speak one at a time. Things will go more
Ohio, Pennsylvania.
Trump's winning Florida by the biggest margin in 10 years.
Oh,
The New York Times is predicting he's going to carry both Carolinas and Georgia.
What about Georgia senators?
I will check that in just a moment. For some reason I'm getting like 25 friend requests today. Ever since I made fun of J.K. Rowling on Facebook, they're like 25. Okay. I'm soon going to run out of space. I'm going to have to get a second account. It looks like Latinos Trump over in Florida. No,
Yeah.
is it Latino or Latinx?
I know that Latinx is supposed to be referring to both men and women. So, I mean, but I I guess men, Latino, women, Latina.
Right.
I've seen Latine as the non-generic plural.
Yeah, well, my question is, people who are Hispanic, which do they prefer? And since Melvin's the only one with Hispanic heritage on this fellow, but I'd ask him.
Yeah, it's funny because I mean, I'm half Hispanic. I'm proud of my Hispanic love, my side, my Puerto Rican side. I take pride in that, but I really have not given much thought to whether to be referred to as a Latino or a Latinx.
Okay,
Yeah.
you were the only one handy, so.
I don't know how to exactly handle that. I mean, if I grew up around a lot of Spanish people, speaking people, when I was growing up speaking Spanish here in North Carolina, people turn your back around and be like, somebody's speaking Spanish over there. But today, nobody gives it a second thought.
One of the requirements for that job at UAW was able to make myself understood in both Spanish and French. And that's about how much I could do. I could order a meal.
I do think that Spanish ought to be an official language in conjunction with English. Yeah, I don't see where that's controversial, but some people act like they're like they act like it's the biggest onslaught, assault into the culture by making Spanish an official language. Nothing against the Vietnamese community, but it works well in Canada, French and English. Why not English and Spanish here?
Everybody in Ireland has to take 12 years Gaelic.
The signs in Ireland was in English and in Gaelic when I was there.
No, or they have to be off.
Yeah, I thought that was amazing. I was like, and I would look at it and I'd be like, oh.
In Northern Ireland, they're in English, Ulster Irish Gaelic, and Ulster Scots. No, excuse me, Ulster Scottish Gaelic.
I got on YouTube here on his channel. Apparently, I know Kyle Kalinski's on Joe Rogan. I heard a rumor that Alex Jones was going to be up there too.
I heard that too.
I hope he is, because I'm curious to see how that would turn out. Tim Dillon is there. I am going to try. On YouTube?
Yep.
Okay.
I have no idea why there is no. I'm sure there's some difference between them, but I'll be damned if I can figure out that. And I'm a try. I just like.
Hold on a second here.
One country needs.
Let's see. Hold on a second here. Let me see. I have more subscribers than they do.
You deserve them too.
Yeah, they got 136 subscribers.
I think Socialist Action makes this the American affiliate.
I remember running across Socialist Action people when I went to Canada to the NDP convention.
Oh yes.
Yeah. A lot of them were affiliated with the NDP Socialist Caucus.
Remember the waffle?
They were a left-wing parliamentary group in the Canadian Parliament for the NDP.
Yeah, they're also the ones.
Ohio, Biden is ahead by about 13,000 votes.
So much. Um, the Trumps were the ones who managed to convince the Canadian Car Workers Union to split off from the UAW. Boy, that's what I was doing in Canada when I got smacked in the eye. I was trying to convince the trucks not to split.
That's what I want to do when I retire to kind of bind my time. I want to organize, do labor union organizing in the South.
Well, the IWW is always looking for organizers.
You know, before he became a Trump supporter, and I don't know what the hell. I have an idea why he became a Trump supporter, and it's not for any ideological reason. But Johnny Rotten, John Lydon from the Sex Pistols once said, "Go where you're not wanted. There's more to achieve there." And I just thought that was an interesting phrase, but he ruined it by becoming a Trump supporter. What the hell? But when I retire, I'm going to be down here in the South more than likely. I think that I may want to go and help unions organize down here.
I'll tell you from experience, that's a tough road to hoe.
Yep.
In right to work states, it's almost impossible to win a contract.
And it's a funny thing. Where was Obama in 2008 when he got elected, campaigning on the Employee Free Choice Act? And he stopped talking about it once he got elected.
Yeah, well, his backers are.
Well, the thing about it is, I hate right to work laws, but I could live with right to work if we had Employee Free Choice Act, because it would undermine right to work.
Yeah, it would. Why should you get something you're not paying for? I'm fine with being no closed shop. Why can't there be a union shop?
Mm-hmm.
You take the benefits from the union, you pay for it.
Yeah, for somebody, I worked in a union company for 20 years, and I'll tell you, the people, unfortunately, a lot of them are bought and paid for, but still, I had to tell people when they wanted to leave the union at the union meetings, I had to tell them, I'll be like, when you leave the union, you know who loves that? The company. They love it. They love people like yourselves that are tired of the union. I did get a round good of applause for that.
My dad had lost most of his eyesight. We were going to see his eye doctor. I said, Dad, there's tickets in front of his building. And he said, find out if it's a strike. If it's a strike ticket, we're not crossing. And I went over and said, fellas, are you on strike against the bank or on strike against the building? He said, we're on strike against the bank. And so my father has a doctor's appointment upstairs. Do you mind if we go in? Fine. Two of them went over. Either side of my father, they took his arms. And they walked him up the steps and got him to the elevator. It's like, yeah. These are some good union guys. When I was growing up, my parents called me Woody. Now, they didn't mean what he got through. They meant character from Phineas Rainbow. We're going to become a labor organizer since we figured out how to play the guitar. Well, I figured out how to play the guitar, and I decided I'm going to be a labor organizer. So my dad would come home on a Saturday morning and kick the bottom of my bed, and always do them, and then he wanted me to get up. Dad, what are we doing? Get dressed, comb your hair, get guitar, banjo, let's go. Who's on strike? You'll find out. We stop and buy coffee and donuts. We get out of the picket line, hand out coffee and donuts, and we march with them. I'd sing while we march.
In 1997, when the UPS workers were striking, I used to give them sandwiches. I will buy some sandwiches from Subway for them to have something to eat, near the airport. Yeah. I mean, just my solid. That was before I actually had a union job. 1 year before I had a union job. But I just wanted to just let them know that in my own way, I'm giving them my support.
It's funny, when I was organized for the UAW, people would say to me, "You belong to a union?" Really? And so, what unions do you belong to? Well, I belong to the Automobile Workers Union. I actually am a member of a local which negotiates my benefits. So how do you belong to the same union you work for? Because it's the local that negotiates with the international. I'm not an officer in it. I do go to meetings, but I'm kind of management, hippie management and labor. I also belong to the Writers Guild, which has not been part of the UAW. It is now. And I'm a member of the Industrial Workers of the World.
Oh, are you Wobbly too?
Oh, yeah.
Good. I thought about joining the Wobblies.
The only thing I don't like is they never want to get involved in electoral stuff.
Yeah, I kind of gathered that.
I mean, I understand, okay, that you're not going to endorse one of the presidential candidates, but, like, they won't support Osama Swami and her races for city council. I mean, they'll stand back to back with socialist alternative people and fight the fascists, but they won't support Swami.
Their divorce of independent. Their divorce of electoral politics altogether?
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't yet. I can almost understand why. I mean, I can almost understand it. Although I disagree with it.
But I mean, this is the woman who wants to tax Amazon.
She is awesome.
Oh, God. No freaking way would I work for a company that expected me to wear a diaper. So I didn't have to use the bathroom. They do that.
Amazon's pretty bad.
They fired that guy for. They fired Chris Smalls for organizing people during the COVID crisis. And they said, nobody's going to think he's very bright because he's black. Who thinks like that today? Living in the town that we do, there's things that I just couldn't get if I didn't buy them.
Less than 1,000 votes different.
Oh, each one's going to be
4,300 votes. 43,000 votes. And there's a difference of less than 1,000.
And I live.
I'd say about 800 votes. 3 sections is 1 word.
What the hell is it now? It's no longer than 1 word. It's something Marina. Carlos?
It's 300, but it's different now.
Oh, in Pennsylvania, no, in Pennsylvania. In the state of
Between Biden and Trump.
here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. I'm not sure it's coming. I mean, things are so different in Pennsylvania from when I was a kid. We would sometimes elect very moderate Republicans, like, what was his name? Senator Scott? Hugh Scott?
Yeah.
And then the Magic Bullet. Carlos Becker. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Right.
Very moderate Republican. Spent the last few years in the political career Democrat.
Look at consent for.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. That's what the kids did. They started electing people like Ted Trump and Timmy.
Yeah, and then we had like Wolf, who was about the most progressive governor there is.
Yeah, and Eddie Rendell before him, and Milton Chapman before him. He dismantled the state's electric share, and he sent parts of it to museums around the world. It would have cost millions of dollars to get parts back to the electric share back together. So he essentially ended executions in the Commonwealth for, I don't know, we haven't had an execution since then. Anybody know? Since the late 70s.
Yeah, we.
Because 67 California, Colorado were the only states which had executions, and Oklahoma was the only state in 66, so it had to be 65 or earlier. Yeah. That's a good exercise for me.
I figured you'd know.
I look forward to the day that capital punishment will be overturned and considered unconstitutional.
In the video I was telling you about Melvin philosophy tip,
Uh-huh.
Holly Thorne says, well, Americans are very different. They don't even have national health care. They still execute people there.
Yep.
Boy, it was a sad indexes.
That's how ass backwards we are. We don't give people health care and we execute them.
That's about it.
Yeah, I remember the line from the Texas comedian Ron White. Other states are doing away with the death penalty. My state's putting in an express lane.
That's the Texas and Florida. North Carolina, I believe, is a little more progressive than the rest of the South on the death penalty. They did a moratorium. I don't know if that's still in effect, but they did a moratorium for a little while. I'll take a moratorium.
Yeah,
That's what we got here in California. Yeah.
I mean, it's better than not having. I mean, at least with a moratorium, nobody's being executed. In fact,
exactly.
I've known people who are passionate. I know people who are passionate supporters of capital punishment. They're okay with a moratorium. If we can trick them into being opposed to capital punishment, I don't care how it's done. Let it be done.
Although Philadelphia is known for electing liberal Jewish mayors, periodically they go with somebody who's a real winner, like Frank Rizzo, Chairman Rizzo.
I heard about him.
So, they're talking about the death penalty. Well, if you believe in the death penalty, you should be willing to throw the switch. And Rizzo said, "I am, no problem." So, well, capital punishment doesn't really deter crime. And he says, you deter the hell out of the bastards you fry.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you.
You're a sociopath, but there's some coherency to that logic.
I saw an interview with Frank Rizzo where he was calling a reporter a crumb bum. You know about that?
A reporter a what?
A crumb bum. He kept on calling that reporter a crumb bum over and over and over again. It was kind of funny.
It's a common Pennsylvania expression, but
yeah.
What is that?
A crumb bum?
What's the common expression?
Crumb bum. CRUMB BUM. And crumb bum.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, it's from a Pennsylvania Dutch, and it just means a person with low morals.
I just.
Is it what? No, it's an old expression, but it's more a cutesy expression. Like, a girl might call her boyfriend a crumb bum. It's not a. It's not something men generally say.
Apparently, I'm looking at this Associated Press. Joe Biden's at 131 electoral college votes. Donald Trump 98. But there's a lot of states that they haven't finished tallying up yet.
Oh yeah.
I think that California is going to vote for Biden, but I think that California is probably not going to be doing as good as they normally would. I disagree with Governor Gavin Newsom's suggesting to put on your mask between bites to eat at a restaurant. That turns off people,
Yeah, I think we're talking about picking up a part.
I can't believe Biden. It looks like he's ahead in Arizona. That just doesn't seem feasible.
If Trump loses Arizona, he's in trouble.
Yeah, he's got 54.2 for Biden versus 44.5 for Trump. That's weird.
I saw this really strange picture of. I'm having a brain freeze. The senator from Arizona.
That was McCain.
Thank you. Okay.
Arizona is approximately plus 200,000 for Biden.
Yeah, but that means Flagstaff and those cities were counted.
Yeah, well, 70% recorded, so
Hold on, I'm gonna check something here.
Mine was about 3,000 plus for 5 years.
So right now in North Carolina,
I gotta see what.
Biden's up by 30,000 votes.
Wow.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not one of the 30,000 because I voted for Howie Hawkins this morning.
Biden by about 8,000 now.
I
In wherever I'm looking at.
I voted Democrat.
It's, Associated Press.
I voted for Democrat for everything else, but I voted for Howie Hawkins for president.
You know, after the CARES Act, I don't know. I may be hard pressed to get everybody running against him.
Rigby. Yeah. He's yeah, I didn't vote for anybody on that. I couldn't think of Brian Barber's name when I was filling it out.
I voted for Roy Cooper for governor of North Carolina, not because I like Roy Cooper, but I voted Libertarian because I was being contrarian 4 years ago. But considering that Pat McCrory, the Republican governor previously, it was the worst Republican governor, North Carolina ever had, I decided 4 years later to let Roy Cooper know in my own way, thank you for not being Pat McCrory. He was, what's the name of that guy from?
About 250,000 for Trump.
What's the name of that guy from Wisconsin? That piece of shit governor that got defeated 2 years ago.
Oh, the governor.
Tommy Thompson. I think that was his name, Tommy Thompson. He was like the Pat McCrory of the industrial Rust Belt. I got sarcastic when Wisconsin became a right-to-work law state. I said, congratulations, Wisconsin, you joined the Confederacy.
Exactly.
Yeah, and I said the same thing about Michigan when they went right to work.
I mean, I don't. Scott Walker.
Okay, that's the thing. I want the. He was the worst.
What a piece of human shit he was.
He was. Yeah, fuck Scott Walker.
He was a walking, talking piece of crap.
He was actually in the Republican primaries. I told people that motherfucker was the worst of all of them, you know? Worse than Ted Cruz. Can you imagine being worse than Ted Cruz?
Who would have thought that Wisconsin would flexible Scott Walker? Come on, Wisconsin. Yeah, I'm not. Yeah. Not either part of all the politics.
Victor Berger.
Right. You know, if he wasn't a racist, he would be one of my heroes.
And I got into an argument with certain people in the Socialist Party about that. I mean, Rick Page and I got into it about Victor Berger, and I understand that context of the times. I understand that too, but that's not one of Victor Berger's finer moments.
No, it sure wasn't.
But you know what? He opposed the Great War in Europe.
He opposed membership for blacks in the Socialist Party.
That I did not. Okay, well, then he's not anybody to look upon with admiration. Then I have a sweater. That Linda, you know Linda Randolph from Wisconsin.
Mm-hmm.
She sold me in 1997. She sold me a sweater with Victor Berger. I don't know what year he ran for the Senate, but apparently he ran for the Senate one year, and the slogan was "Tax the profiteers for free speech, vote socialist."
Well, I mean, probably did as much to found the Socialist Party of America as anyone. Even Debs.
Of course, Debs get credit because he was one of the co-founders of the NAACP.
Mm-hmm.
Florida and Pennsylvania are toss-ups. New Hampshire leading for Biden.
Kellyanne, I got a question for you. Darlington Hoops. When the Socialist Party split three ways, which way did Darlington Hoops go?
He went with the Social Democratic Federation.
Okay. I presume that meant that he went with the Sedusa until he died, right? I know he died in 1991.
They claim he did. Yeah. They put his name on their pamphlet, The American Challenge, as one of their co-chairs. But he was also co-chair of the Socialist Party of the USA. So.
Oh, so he was with the SPUSA too, then? Oh.
All I know is where his name showed up. I never met the man.
Okay, I was just curious.
I wish I had. I mean, he didn't live that far away. There were so many socialists in Reading, Pennsylvania. They had their own park outside the city called Socialist Park. And I mean, it wasn't just like a little. It was a very large picnic ground.
The only connection that a North Carolinian, he was not from North Carolina, had to do with the Socialist Party of America were two people. Ernest Morgan, that lived in Youngsville, somewhere in the western part of North Carolina. And apparently Carl Sandburg's home was in Hendersonville, North Carolina. The poet?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And folk singer.
Right. So I that's my little little pride area of the Socialist Party of America connection to North Carolina.
David McReynolds introduced me to Dave Van Ryn. And I was talking to him and I said, I'm curious, how'd you manage to get yourself arrested during the Stonewall riots? You seem to be very cisgendered and heteronormative. He said, well, I figured, God damn it, nobody's having a riot in my neighborhood, not inviting me.
One thing about David McReynolds, he seems to be the prototype 1950s beatnik that never quite got out of his mode.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, have to have that to him, you know.
It's very interesting to I think I'm sure it's probably I don't know.
Well, as our friend, the late Michael Moreno, used to say about Melvin, he was born in the 60s, he's going to die in the 60s.
Yeah. It's just really funny. I feel like when I joined the Socialist Party USA back in the 90s, and I just read it. I mean, it just, even in college in the 1990s, taking the American history course, I just felt, and it's really funny. My professor was a conservative Republican, a paleocon, Pat Buchanan type, and he was trying to demonize Eugene Debs, and when his lecturer tried to demonize him, he couldn't do it. And I did my own little independent research, and I was like, I like the Socialist Party. I mean, I was a Democrat, but I was like, I love the Socialist Party of America. I felt a connection very early on. Even when I felt like the SPUSA fucked me over in the mid 2000s, I can't shake that connection away, you know?
There was Fanny Martin Oppenheimer, who wrote a book called Risen Gorilla. He was involved with the Debs practice.
Of the old Socialist Party USA.
Yeah.
1962, Socialist Party started using the name Socialist Party USA. I can't find any place where the name was changed by a vote. They just stopped calling themselves the Socialist Party of America, Social Democratic Federation, and started calling themselves Socialist Party USA.
That was the same year as the Ford war.
Yeah, well, that's why there were so many people from the Socialist Party at Fort Ewing. Harrington was there, Tom Kahn, Donnie Slayman, Michelle Horowitz, Harry Fleshman. It's funny, Harrington and Fleshman stormed out because they didn't think SDS was anti-Stalinist enough. But Donnie Slayman and Tom Kahn and Michelle Horowitz stayed and tried to lobby the SDS people into being more straightforwardly part of the Socialist Party. Margo was smart enough to resign from the Young People's Socialist League the year I joined.
I joined YPSO very late. I was made fun of at the YPSO convention in 1997 for joining YPSO at the age of 27.
Why? It extends up to your 31st birthday.
Yeah, well, I mean, they just like, I was like, I joined the SPUSA first, then I joined several months later the YPSO. And they were like, they just thought it was weird I joined the YPSO so late.
Samantha, looks like you're doing film noir. Ooh, very film noir. It's like the way people push themselves. You know, you're cleaning your fishing trout. You do like film noir.
I was very active.
What is the matter with us, Samantha? Let's get the project.
Yeah.
Cinema. Wow. That's a great performance. I enjoyed that. It was visually beautiful. Colors. I want to congratulate you.
Yeah.
That was a good job.
Thank you.
For obvious reasons, I was very involved with Frontlash, the youth group of the AFL-CIO. And my friends in Frontlash told me that YPSL conventions were a great place for a good Catholic boy to pick up a nice Jewish girl. And they were right. So we didn't join YPSL for the same reasons, Margo.
So I guess I joined because ideologically it's attractive.
Ooh.
I don't know if this is coming from me or not.
It's interesting sound.
I'm gonna go with that. So, Marco.
Hi.
I'm gonna go with that. Yeah, that was rather piercing. Whoever was programmed.
I don't know what it's from. Wondering if that could be a watch I have that chimes on the hour.
Oh, that was it. That's a contract whistle.
Yeah, I'm wondering.
You whistle Dixie Dandy. I thought that was Trump trying to whistle Dixie.
Yeah, I think we're some precedent for victory. I think it's the election is clear enough that we can pull that off.
He's got supporters.
Cheyenne would bring us something to the election. I don't think my watch is that often. I heard that.
You know, I was just thinking. I was watching Kyle Kalinske video commentary on Ben Shapiro endorsing Donald Trump a few weeks ago, and it was funny. I mean, he went into his reason why he didn't support him in 2016, but Ben Shapiro is going to enthusiastically endorse Trump in 2020, and it's just and Kyle Kalinske was like everything that he loves Trump for, he hates about Trump, and everything that Ben Shapiro hates about Trump.
And if you say to people, the United States is not a democracy, it's an oligarchy with a neo-fascist converted totalitarian superstructure, and they look at Trump and say, well, yeah, of course. Biden, it's not quite so obvious.
Well, as I mentioned earlier, Nico House called Biden civility fascism.
Yeah.
And Vaush, who's a kind of upcoming leftist on YouTube, got angry and kept on cutting up. Do you see that, Cathy-Ann? Between Vaush and Nico House?
I did not see that today.
Oh, they talked over for each other for 20 minutes. They couldn't get past each other. It was funny as hell. Well, I mean, if he would have just listened to what Nico House had to say, Nico House is right. He knows the textbook definition of fascism. He wasn't disputing Nico House on that. Yeah, but he was just—I know what he was trying to get at about referring to to Joe Biden as civility fascism, and I mean,
What's the term?
civility fascism.
Civility fascism.
He's
Civility. Civility. CIVILITY.
ITY.
Yeah, I mean, I believe in civility. I don't know if that means I'm going to get along with Biden, though.
I mean, he's basically saying that Biden is more polite about he's for the same shit Trump is for, but he's more polite about it.
Yeah, I mean, I think if they're polite about the bomb, decides get bombed, you get bombed. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, when you're bombing brown people in the Middle East, and Obama did that, and he took 2 wars and extended it to 7 wars across that region. If you're bombing brown people, they're not going to be like, well, at least they're not going to be like, well, at least they're tolerant. They're going to be like those bombs are still harming people just the same.
Yeah, Obama dropped so many bombs on Syria, the Air Force ran out of bombs.
Yeah.
They had to take a 9-day bombing halt while more bombs were shipped to
Sounds like
the planes.
I gotta grab a beer. I gotta grab a beer. I will be right back because I ran out of wine.
I'm going to the refrigerator too. I will also be right back.
Yeah.
I'm getting verklempt. Welcome on yourselves. I'll give you a topic. The Democratic Party is neither Democratic nor a party.
Discuss.
And would you vote for him if I was running, Patty?
Much too good to be a politician.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's very true. Has anybody projected any more states yet?
I don't think that's coming from me.
Is that the Trump whistle?
It must be whistling Dixie. He used to be
was like Yankee Doodle. Now he's just like Dixie.
Well, that's the only part, now the Midwest is what is voting for him, but there haven't been any surprises yet.
As I said, if I were to drive down to the shops to grab some wine or something, I know the cops will pull me over. So I got to just deal with what alcohol I have at my humble abode. I don't know if that's coming from me, but I have it on mute on my YouTube channel on the other side. So I hope that it's all good.
Whoever's doing that, that's
The problem with
painful.
civility, that's civility of that name.
See here.
I want to use civility with J.K. Rowling. I want to bomb her. I want to have a conversation with her. You know? Give civility a bad name. Let's just talk to fascists. Like have a monopoly on civility. So watch the monopoly on civility. Boy, I mean, civility is a good thing in itself, but the point is it doesn't make bombing a nice thing.
The one area where I don't like civility is domestic politics because it's so damn fake. When American politicians engage in civility policing, I've just rolled my eyes and I'm like, come on, just let it all hang out, you know?
Yeah.
There's I don't know that it's precisely true, but there's a story that has a grain of truth in it. The two lawyers in, I believe it was Missouri, were about to try a case. And the judge said, our counsel's acquainted with each other. And the one guy says, I know this other lawyer, Your Honor. He's a low-down polecat, can't be trusted. The other lawyer says, my opponent is a rat and a snake in the grass. There's no way that anything that comes out of his mouth is going to be the truth. The judge says, well, I see counsel's do in fact know each other. Let's try this case. My favorite true story about lawyers is the British resident magistrate, Lord Noherding, was approached by a group of lawyers because a solicitor died with a negative estate and there was no money to bury him. So they go to Lord Noherding and he says, well, how much are people giving? And he said, well, most people would give you a shilling. And Noherding says, a shilling to bury a lawyer. Here, take 10 pounds and bury a score of them. Maybe you have to live someplace with these pounds. Take 10 pounds and bury a score of them.
Well, I'm looking at the TV on the Electoral College. It said 131, whatever it was on Google here, but I'm seeing 98 to 92 on CBS. Or is it, I'm trying to think, it's Channel 5. Channel 5 is Fox. I'm sorry. Channel 5 is Fox, but it's a local affiliate.
They were calling California.
Oh, not sure.
Not yet. I don't think they're, I'm not sure if they're closed yet.
Yeah, I think our post at 9, midnight your time.
No, that would be at midnight our time.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's only 10:34 now.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's a 3 hours behind us. Get it in 3 hours behind us.
Yeah, so it was only 7:34.
You're right, the polls are still open here.
Oh, you remember when Jimmy Carter conceded to Ronald Reagan before people had voted in California?
Yeah, I remember that. I used to be wondering that kind of history. That's not a problem. I do focus on stability, but I'm lucky that the extent to which I'm pro stability is not so great that it outweighs the degree to which I'm against bombing. That's the lucky thing, you know what I mean?
Well, I'm kind of glad in our political discourse there's less civility. I mean, I don't mean like people killing each other or harming each other in the streets, but when politicians kind of operate with no filters, I kind of actually enjoy that a little bit more than everybody being like having this, how dare you? Do you have any decency kind of attitude?
Who is Senator 131 to Trump,
What?
108 electoral votes. That's the Associated Press.
Well, what is that again?
131 to 108 electoral votes.
Okay.
Biden meeting 131.
131 to 108 I got. Okay.
That's from the Associated Press.
But almost none of these predictions are including the mail-in ballots.
Not yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, wait a day or two for those probably.
More like a week.
That's called the blue shift or the red mirage. The red mirage is put together early on. You're probably gonna get what's the book?
Yeah, there was red mirage, blue mirage, and everybody kept saying, "Don't trust any votes, any final results from Tuesday night."
Yeah, that's a good summary.
Trump is ahead in Ohio now, 51 to 46.
Rhode Island.
What about Rhode Island? That's where my friend's from.
Trump is ahead in Rhode Island.
Yeah, she was really happy about that.
Press called Rhode Island for Biden. In fact, the only New England state possibly going to Trump would be Maine.
Maine going to Trump?
Yeah, maybe I think that's
Maine is leaning Trump.
Okay, I figured New Hampshire would be the conservative state in New England.
And New Hampshire is leaning Biden.
Oh, that's odd because I just figured that New Hampshire would lean Trump and Maine would lean Biden.
Reverse them, and you have what Associated Press is predicting.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, CBS has
Which is
Trump winning Arkansas.
Yeah, Trump is basically doing the South and Midwest, and Biden is doing the Rust Belt and Montana, Arizona, and Iowa, possibly.
You say Biden's head in Arizona?
Yeah.
Arizona, Montana, Iowa, and Minnesota.
Let's see.
Minnesota will be the one to get.
That's leaning Biden. It's not solid.
the advantage of having two laptops.
Well, I'm working with just one phone for most.
Yeah. I'm
You're
working.
mathematical tricks, so.
I'm working on two laptops and a cell phone.
So I'll just count on hearing stuff from people who have things on. I know the more it's stuff, the more the merrier we turn on. radio side of things, you're adding to the chaos process.
I had a comrade when I was going to Indiana University of Pennsylvania who could do percentages in his head. He do
Yeah,
percentages
Deb could
in
do
his
that
head
too.
faster than most people could do them with calculator or pen and pencil. And we listened to election results, and he'd give us, well, that's such and such percentage. These were local election results. I mean, national election results were always broken down into
This probably
percentages for you. No. I'll tell you if I ever see photos, you can go around.
Ugh.
You know, I could put up with all things he said about me, but what he said about Stanley, I just,
Ugh.
no, you don't do that. As Quakeway says in Moby Dick, you study me, you study my friend.
Ugh.
I'm on my other computer. I have a picture from International Working Women's Night. I'm thinking more of those are tall girls. There's Faye and Shiva, and I am in the line. And I think I'm the shortest. I've gone.
We're about the same height here.
Yeah. I think you're a little taller than I am. Sammy's a little taller than I am.
Ooh.
I think Shiva's up around where you guys are.
I think for our House of Representatives is Joyce Republican.
Again.
Yeah, again.
You say House of, you mean Pennsylvania.
You know,
Yeah.
it wasn't bad when it was John Saylor.
Yeah, I like Saylor.
In Pennsylvania, we used to elect these very moderate Republicans. I mean, they were more. They belonged to the Republican Party because that's where their parents went to play golf at a Republican golf course. Politically or ideologically, they weren't a whole lot different than the Democrats.
I was
Democrats with Colorado Tennessee.
I was telling somebody I could have been a Republican in the 1950s, but not beyond that, not afterwards.
Could have been a
Yeah,
Republican.
they flipped parties.
I could never have been a Republican after Taft-Hartley.
Well, that's true. Good point. But it ain't the Republican Party of Eisenhower anymore.
No, it surely isn't.
Yeah.
It's not the party of Lincoln either.
It's not even the party of Nixon anymore at this point.
No, in some ways, I'd say it is the party of Lincoln.
How so?
Why?
Lincoln, Nebraska.
No, Lincoln was a tyrant. I mean, Lincoln used his position as first magistrate of the United States to issue a warrant for the arrest of the Chief Justice of the United States.
He did have authoritarian tendencies. We got another person here.
like a cow.
Yeah, Lincoln also,
Who was that? That was another person here.
I'm trying to think what Lincoln intended, ex post facto. No, not ex post.
Habeas corpus.
You're right, thank you, I could not think of it right.
I'll tell you what's
I guess
funny.
that-
I'll tell you what's funny about Lincoln. I get people from the Republican Party all the time who'll tell me, well, the Republican Party freed the slaves, but then at the same time they'll tell you what a piece of shit Lincoln was, and they loved the Confederate flags. I'm like, what the fuck?
How do you think Bobby Lee would feel about seeing a Confederate battle flag next to a swastika? I don't think he'd like that very much.
No, not at all.
Nor Thomas Stonewall Jackson, nor Jeb Stuart. I think somebody would be called on the field of honor.
Yeah,
Or Longstreet, or any of them. Hell, even Nathan Benton Forrest.
Oh, he was the founder of the Klan, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was also the guy that solved the Klan 3 years later.
I know that even as they're all shitty, the Klan, but they're not united. Some of them don't like the Nazis, and some of them do. You know, they have a it's just kind of weird. Why? Because there was the Klan that were protesting against the Westboro Baptist Church. I'm like, who the fuck to be sympathetic or show empathy for is a hard choice.
Oh God, the Westboro Baptist Church were horrible people.
Well, you ain't kidding.
They show up at the funerals of American soldiers who died in the Middle East and rant and rave about gay people.
When you have Fox News and the Young Turks on the same page on the Westboro Baptist Church, that ought to tell you something.
They showed up at a funeral here in Johnstown, and they were told, okay, you have the right to free speech, but you have to stay 100 yards away. The church was on a small street, so 100 yards away was on the next street.
We got a fifth person here. Who would this person be? I remember when Fox News called the Westboro Baptist Church another liberal hate group. I thought that was funny as hell. How selective they are.
What was liberal about the Westboro Baptist Church?
Not a damn thing. You know, actually, Dwight was telling me that he thinks that Fred Phelps might possibly have been, secretly pro LGBTQ because he painted such a colorful image toward homophobes that it took people who would normally be homophobic to have empathy toward the LGBTQ community. And if Dwight's theory is true, then he actually served a useful function for the better in that particular circumstances. If that makes any sense.
Yes. Well, I think there's going to be trouble, no matter who wins, Oh my God, right now Trump is up 55.9 to 42.7 in Pennsylvania.
I figured that probably Trump will win Pennsylvania.
I did too, but not by that much.
Yeah. Anybody know what the official electoral college votes are right now?
Well, they're not official until they're certified by the state legislature.
But I mean, what? they're-
113
That would be
to
December
86.
17th, the official vote.
113 for Biden, 86 for Trump.
Okay, I'm looking at the TV right now. The Republicans got 40 senators,
Is that the Associated Press one?
31, I believe.
I
Is that?
think I've seen a couple different totals.
Yeah, they all take different things into their modeling. What scares me is the state legislature that picks the electors. It's perfectly legal for them to pick electors who are not pledged to the candidate who got the majority of votes.
I was talking to my dad
And
recently.
even if they are pledged, they can be a faithless voter and not vote for the candidates that they're bound to.
Mm-hmm.
I was talking to my dad on the phone recently, and he mentioned a scenario that nobody's even thought about, that if it's too close to call, and we're not sure what the Constitution says, but if it gets thrown into the U.S. House, the scenario is that Joe Biden becomes president and the U.S. Senate appoints Mike Pence. Do you all see that scenario happening at all?
No, because if it goes to the House, each delegation gets one vote, and Republicans control 27 state delegations.
But
Goes to the House, it'll go to Trump.
Yeah, we were discussing that and the possibilities of it getting thrown into the House and all of that. What it could translate into.
Well, people think if it goes to the House, then every congressperson gets a vote. No, every state gets a vote.
Every state gets a vote. Okay, I gotcha.
And the state caucus meets and they vote. Biden is up in Arizona 53.7 to 45.0.
That's crazy. I mean, I guess even we're talking lesser evil politics. I guess that's good news, but damn, I don't think that's my computer making that sound. Oh, hold on a second.
Well, if I pull out the earphone, I can't hear it here, so it's not either of my computers.
I mean, it's not bothering me too bad, but I'm sure somebody's going to be hating that feedback-like sound.
So what do we do if Trump decides to stay?
I don't know.
I really want to have that stop.
I know one thing, they ought to put a rope on Hank and Hank.
I know one thing. One thing that scares me. The scariest thing about Trump being reelected is not Trump himself, but Trump has something in common with Biden. If Biden wins, Kamala Harris will be president at some point. But a lot of people don't realize that if Trump is reelected, I don't think that Trump is going to serve his full term as president. He's 74 years. He's 74 years.
Mike Pence?
He's 74 years old. I'm not fat shaming, but he's overweight and he suffered from COVID, which really can fuck your personal health in response. I can almost foresee a scenario where he'll step down or die. And I don't want him to die because I don't want anybody to die. But, I'm just saying, Mike Pence becomes president. And I tell a lot of liberals, and they don't believe me. I'm like, that's worse than Trump.
As Trump himself said, Pence would hang all the gays if he thought he could get away with it.
Well, I don't think that Trump is a homophobe, but he allows Mike Pence to govern the United States, where all the transgender ban takes place and all the LGBTQ direction. That's coming from Mike Pence more than it is Trump. Trump might be mildly racist, but I don't think he's homophobic.
Well, it scares me if there is violence after the election. The group that everybody hates are commie trannies. Which means 4 of us are in trouble.
Oh.
That's transgender people want to step in and hang.
I'm not for hanging anybody.
I don't think we want. I don't want to
Give the yellow tape.
happen on my side. I've been twisted my whole life. I can't start with Trump. If I'm posting that against Trump, I'm against the fashion story. So I mean, I think executing a fascist is sort of. I would say encourage us generally about the death penalty. It's like I think it's like we're not going to join you.
Whoa! Stop that! Whatever it is, whoever's doing that.
Yeah, Shaw said murder on the scaffold is the worst kind of murder because it inculpates all society. People would put to death in the name of the state. And Trump is up in Texas. And looks like he's going to win by his historic margin in Florida.
Well, I'm not surprised with the right-leaning Hispanic community, Venezuelans and Cubans in Florida.
Venezuelans, Cubans, Argentines.
It was still nice to see the government of Bolivia gone. Janine Inez was like Augusto Pinochet and Michelle Bachmann having a love child.
But I don't think it's enough just to throw her out of office. She and her henchmen have to stand trial.
Agreed, but it's great to see that the electorate of Bolivia tossed the bastards out.
I agree. Absolutely.
Yeah, about a week before last, it was a very good week for socialism. Bolivia, the socialists came back, and in New Zealand, the socialists won.
And Spain.
And in Spain, I have actually very good. Hold on a second. I have actually very good. Have very good memories. Actually, funny story. Back in the mid-2000s, I used to go to the McDonald's in Clayton, North Carolina. The manager was from Spain, Margarita, and she and I would have a talk. And she was extremely right-wing. But she came over to my table, and she was like that me and her sister would get along really well because her sister is a socialist, and her sister's really good friends with Zapatero. Now, I don't think that Zapatero is all that, all that revolutionary or what have you, but he did spit in George W. Bush's face by pulling the troops out of Iraq, for which I was grateful.
So was I.
Yeah, I mean, I think that probably the most wonderful thing that happened in 2004 was the PSOE coming into power in Spain.
PSOE, Spanish Socialist Workers Party.
Yep. España, let's see. Yeah, PSO. Partido España Socialista Obrero. I have a keychain with the
Okay, so
I have a keychain with the PSOE on it.
Yeah, so Melvin and I root for political parties like most people root for sports teams.
Yep. Yeah, I'm always paying attention around the world to see what Social Democratic Party, how they're doing in certain elections or what have you. So when I find out, I'm like, oh, cool. The Social Democrats won in this country, or the Labor Party won in that country, and I'm just like, and it's really weird when I talk to conservatives. I'll be like, hey, my peeps did well in this country, so Yeah.
And particularly, Melvin and I root for the parties of the Socialist International.
Yeah, for the most part, the SI parties, I would say that probably 90% of the SI parties are the parties I root for in those countries. Unless there's some of them that are a little questionable, but that's I used to have to try to correct people about that in the SPUSA. I was like, yeah, not every party in the SI is benevolent, but they're more good than bad.
But how in the hell did British Labour expel Jeremy Corbyn? How do you expel your...
Did they actually expel Jeremy Corbyn from the party?
Yeah. I'm sorry, they did not expel him, they suspended him.
Because I know they did that to George Galloway, which back then I was more or less in favor of. I'm a little more tolerant toward George Galloway now, but I I understand him a little bit better.
I am a whole lot less tolerant than George Galloway, and you'll see why when I post his video on Facebook.
What did he do? Because
he defended J.K. Rowling, and he said this guy went to a bookstore and he bought a copy of Rowling's new book, and then he poured lighter fluid, set it on fire, and filmed it and showed it on YouTube. We know where burning books goes to.
Yeah, I
don't
don't like
Salem. They went beyond burning books. No, George, nobody was burned alive in Salem, and 1/3 of the people killed were men. And to say that this person burning a copy of Rowling's book was like the Nazis, no, it's more like a Jew buying a copy of Mein Kampf and burning it.
Well, it's just saying that I remember I saw a debate with George Galloway and Christopher Hitchens, and it was
that was good.
Well, the thing was about it is that at that time I was really torn, because it was kind of like George Galloway was taking positions I didn't agree with, but somehow I agree with him more than I disagree with him. And the same thing happened with Christopher Hitchens. He went into a direction I did disagree with, but at the end of the day, I actually agree with Christopher Hitchens more than I disagree. I'm like, damn, what a clusterfuck this debate is.
Yeah, there was a time when they would have been comrades.
Mm-hmm.
After Christopher started moving right, he was at the Social Scholars Conference selling his books. And I said, hey, Chris, you need some help putting this away. And he said, I certainly could use it. So we spent about an hour and a half packing up all these books. And he said, which one do you want? And I said, I'll take this one. So, and I said, but I want it signed, of course. He said, what's your name again? And so he signs it, hands it to me. And we went to the bar in the hotel where the conference was going on. And for every beer I had, he had a martini.
That's Christopher Hitchens.
he was smashed. And so I'm getting him back to his room. And so we get to his room, and he just falls forward on the two queen-size beds. He falls forward on the first one. And he's, why don't you take the other bed? Oh, we're going up the steps. And he said, what did you say you learned at that little college you went to, the groundskeeper or something? I said, listen to me, you limey prick. I'm the only thing holding you up. And I get him to his room, drop him on the bed. He says, oh, why don't you just stay here? By the time you get back to your hotel, it'll be time to take a shower and come back. Well, that was true. So I got on the bed and I said, hey, Chris, turn your back. And he said, I don't care that you wear women's tights. Oh my God, you do wear women's tights. And I said, yeah, and if you tell anybody, I'm going to tell people you tried to bugger me while I was asleep. You would do that. Yes, I would. I most certainly would. And so we get up the next day, go to the conference, I pack up the books again, we get drunk again. We go back to that room, we fall asleep in opposite beds. I don't see him again for like 4 years. And I'm in Georgetown, and I see he and Gore Vidal sitting at the bar. And Chris motioned for me to come in. Hell, I always wanted to meet Gore Vidal. Yeah. So I go in, and he introduces me, and I said to Vidal, you know, you're the person who got me the only C I ever got in English. And Vidal says, how could I possibly get you a C in English? I don't even know you. I said, well, I did a book report on one of your books. And he says, which one? And I said, Myra Brackenridge. Chris spun around in his seat and let out this incredible goof off. Like, of course, what else would I be reading? Myra Brackenridge. He turned around again and said, what's so funny? He saw I just thought of something that happened days ago. But too much backstory. I really truly think the man went to his grave without ever mentioning it to anybody.
Oh my God. Yeah.
He was, What a magnificent intellect.
Yeah. Too bad.
This video where Galway is defending J.K. Rowling. He says, look, I'll call you whatever you want. I'll call you Wing Commander or Starship Captain. In other words, every trans person is insane. And obviously, if you think you're the captain of a starship, you're kind of gone. However, you can think, you can know that your gender doesn't line up with the gender assigned at birth. You can know that for certain.
Yeah.
He also said he wouldn't let a trans person come to his house if he wasn't there because he would be afraid of what he might do to his wife and daughter.
Well, some people have crazy notions.
Well, but if they let you people use the bathrooms, you'll sexually molest people. Yeah. Well, we use the toilet for the purpose it was there. We'll clean up, we'll wash our hands, and we'll leave like every other woman. The only time I'm ever accosted in the ladies' room is when somebody's seen me on TV. And they say, oh, Dr. McCluskey Ross, I just want to let you know that I'm on your side. And you really gave them hell at that city council meeting. Can we talk about that someplace else, any place else, like pretty much any place else in the world? I just want to wash my hands and get out of here. Let's go get a cup of coffee. Yeah. Oh, no, I can't do that. But, I just wanted to let you know. Well, thanks. Now every woman in the room knows who I am. Exactly what I wanted.
Well, just think about it, Kenny, and you might in the next 10 years be one of the more well-known transgender activists in America.
Hell, I already am.
There you go.
Did you see the publicity we got? We were dragged before the Supreme Court. Hello, Bessel.
Hello, I last time I couldn't hear anybody or do anything. Maybe if I turn off my video.
Who's this new person here? Oh,
I can hear you now.
Okay, good. How is everybody?
drunk as I'm drunk as hell.
Nice.
Same here.
Nothing has flipped except Arizona. Yeah.
I'll be right back in 2 seconds.
Well, it looks like Bush will, or excuse me, Trump will have the. I really have the drinking. Trump will have the biggest win in Florida in 10 years.
Oh wow. So the biggest discrepancy between the polls and the election was in Michigan. Michigan, they had Biden up 9 to 12 points in the polls, and Trump is winning there with half the. Almost.
Well, if you poll people using their landlines, what do you think you get? Nobody under 60 has a landline.
I just can't believe that
Sorry?
Biden's doing well in Arizona.
Sorry, Melvin, but it looks like North Carolina will go to Trump.
I wasn't surprised. Anybody knows? I don't know the results. Anybody knows how much Trump did in North Carolina?
Not by much. Looks like he's going to take 50% of the vote, and Biden about 48.
Oh, they'll blame me for it because I voted for, as I said, I voted for Howie Hawkins of the Green Party.
I voted for Howie Hawkins too. I've known him since
I mean,
1979.
I was going to go and vote for Joe Biden with the premise of vote swapping, but the person who agreed to vote swap with me decided that he's going to still vote for Biden anyway, and I was like, and I just couldn't feel dirty. I just don't want to feel dirty by voting for, a Democratic candidate who said, "Hey, I defeated the socialists." I mean,
No, you cheated the socialists.
yeah, and I know, I'm angry at Bernie at the moment. I mean, Bernie, the 2020 Bernie Sanders is a pushover, but the Bernie Sanders prior to 2020 I can't overlook. So he's going to always be a rock star in spite of what he did in 2020.
They broke his heart.
They broke his will.
Yeah, well, when you got a broken heart, you got a broken will.
Yeah. He's not going to even run in 2024 for re-election.
To the Senate?
Yeah. I almost wish he could run for president 2024 just to be an asshole, but he won't do it. Right now, I'm getting my.
I think she's muted.
Who's muted?
Margot's trying to say something, but I think they're muted.
Margot?
I think she's tired.
Oh.
Yeah.
I can't hear what she said.
Who runs for president, Margot?
Yeah.
AOC.
Yeah, she was 2023. get experience running 2028.
What she needs to try to in 2022, if she can destroy Chuck Schumer primaries, that's really what she needs to do. It would be easier to take down Kristen Gillibrand of New York, but Kristen Gillibrand actually, she's sort of like Ed Markey of Massachusetts. She's actually improved. She's no longer the DLC crap piece of crap that she was at one time. She's actually a progressive now.
By the way, Ed Markey was reelected.
I'm glad, and I'm glad that Ed Markey defeated Joe Kennedy in the primaries. That was awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He rather bounces back and forth between being an extreme progressive to being a machine Democrat, but
Yeah, I mean, Bernie Sanders couldn't bring himself to endorse Ed Markey, but I mean, I think Elizabeth Warren did go out on the bat for Ed Markey. Good for her. Even though I'm mad at the snake at the moment. What? What's that, Faye?
that's Sammy. Good night, Sammy.
I'm going back over my
Good night,
bill.
Sammy.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night, sweet prince. And flights of angels sing thee till thy rest. Now cracks the noble heart. All right, I used to be in a. Give me a break.
Democrats won one of the two Georgia Senate seats.
But you got QAnon. Karen in northwestern Georgia, Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Personally, if Democrats win huge majorities in the House and the Senate, and if Trump retains the presidency, he'll be totally impotent for the next 4 years. And then we have another shot at getting a progressive in. But if Biden wins, he's going to have. I don't think we have another shot at getting a progressive in for another 12 years at least.
I'm afraid you're correct, because if Biden wins, they're not going to think the left is going to be the reason why Biden had his worthless ass in there. And the thing about Biden, he's not going to thank the very left that got him elected.
No, he most certainly is not.
Mm-mm.
Yeah,
It's
maybe
hard.
we should have an action of holding indifference towards the outcome of the presidential election.
Yes.
Seems okay, yeah.
Okay, Ben set.
An action of holding indifference towards the outcome of the presidential election.
No, I'm with Seal. I think that the Democrats winning majorities in both houses of Congress, Trump retaining the presidency would be the best outcome for progressives.
Well, I would still oppose impeachment because of Mike Pence becoming president.
It'll be a lesson. This is what happens when you pick people who claim to be anti-socialists and you run them. Yeah, I see the point.
Well, 70% of Americans want Medicare for all, according to Fox News polls taken tonight. And Biden said if it passes the House and the Senate, he'll veto it.
And I got to get told.
I mean, it's sort of like what I, sort of reminds me what Eisenhower said about peace. I like, he said, for that was in 53, was the same statement about weapons being exempt from the war.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, I like to think that eventually the people will tell the politicians who want peace, you better get out of the way and let us have it. I mean, basically, Biden giving such a message might be the only way for it to happen. Sad.
Well, I think I think we've got 12 years to turn the climate crisis around. So if we don't get a chance to elect a true progressive for 12 years, it's too late.
Well, that is the one good thing about Biden getting elected. One of the few good things about Biden getting elected, we will get at least back into the Paris Accord on climate change. You know that and the Iranian peace nuclear treaty.
Okay. Good night, Sammy. Enjoy.
Good night, Faye.
No, Faye saying good night to Sammy. Sammy's going home.
Sammy was going home. I was just saying good night to her from my apartment.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm sorry about the screw up with my apartment. I guess.
Well, things like that happen.
Yeah.
Your power strip.
I have a power strip, and I tried to plug in a space heater, and the power strip went dead. So I had to take all the cables and run them to different outlets. That took about 3 hours. So I didn't get the cleaning that I wanted done. And then my toilet decided not to flush.
Oh joy.
And
You have a your fears of the election look like they might come true because Pennsylvania is not counting their mail-in yet, and Trump has a commanding lead because of that.
saw that.
So if it comes down to Pennsylvania, which it very well might, he's going to declare victory, and he's probably not going to win once the mail-in votes come in. That's going to confuse the heck out of everybody.
But he can send federal marshals to confiscate the ballots. It would be underhanded. It might be overruled by the Supreme Court, but it wouldn't be illegal.
Right.
It's lovely living in a banana republic. That's right. Chickens come home to roost. Like Brother Malcolm said.
Jeremiah said it too. I gotta check the election results on Google. See what they're saying. They're saying something different from what I'm seeing on the local affiliate here on Channel 5 here in Raleigh. $209 to $218, but I think they're just projecting right now.
Well, they have to be.
Yeah.
He's counted over.
Yeah, I knew that North Carolina was going to vote for Trump at the end of the day. I knew Georgia was going to. I knew Florida was going there. And it looks like Texas will go to Trump. Not a shocker. Although I am shocked that it's still that that Trump leans instead of doing strong in Texas.
What's hilarious?
Sweet suffering.
Arizona.
Yeah, well, it is MSNBC. You got the.
Excuse me for just a moment, comrades. Excuse me for just one moment. Let me get this in. Right now, Michigan, 55 Trump, 44 Biden. Wisconsin, 51 Trump, 47 Biden. And Ohio had Trump up as well. So things are not looking bad for the Donalds. I don't want to make it sound like I'm rooting for the guy because I'm not. I don't
Oh,
like
of
anything
course
about
not.
him. I didn't like anything about him before he was president.
Well, the Donald Trump of 20 years ago, when he was kind of liberal, was okay. But the one that became opportunistic around 2011, 2012, he became a piece of shit.
Well, 20 years ago, he was demanding the death penalty for the Central Park 7.
That is true, too. So he was a piece of shit on that one.
Projection: Biden winning California, Trump winning Utah.
I'm not really
I could
surprised.
have told you that yesterday.
Yeah, I'm not surprised on there about that.
Yeah, there hasn't been any surprises anywhere. Right.
Yeah, thing about I figure that Gavin Newsom is so terrible that I think that probably that the Republicans did marginally better in California than they normally would, but still not enough.
No, it's only surprising polls. And you're like, why was he up 12 points in all the swing states, and now he's down and losing? You know, last time they could say last time that all the polls went within the margin of error. I mean, it's unheard of that you have all the polls going in the same direction by like 3 points, but you could say, okay, they were within the margin of error. Fine. But nowadays, because Republicans and all this fake news stuff, they stopped answering the pollers at all. And so now you're going to have polls that are way off this election, and they're going to have to change something because they can't. Nobody's going to listen to them.
You know, I wish that were true. You don't know how much I wish that were true. But no, I think in 4 years, MSNBC will be doing the same thing. Well, our polls show that Biden's going to carry Florida in grand style.
Well, you know, it's funny. If Biden wins this thing, we know that we're not going to get thanked for this. Of course, I think most of us voted for Howie Hawkins or some other third-party candidate, but our fellow leftists kind of bit their lip, and voted for Biden. I don't blame them for doing that.
I do.
Well, I mean, I do and I don't. I mean, they're scared. They're. I don't like to use this word because it's been so used, but they're scared and they're cut about this. And I expect no better from normie Democrats, even the mildly better ones. It's just that I think that if Biden is elected, we're not going to get thanked, and the Democrats are going to continue their DLC bullshit, even though the DLC doesn't exist anymore. And I know I get a lot of shit from people. They're like, "Oh, there he goes talking about the Democratic Leadership Council again." I'm like, the Democratic Leadership Council fucked up the Democratic Party.
They sure did.
They sure did. And the Lincoln Project is the new DLC. That people don't even see that. When
What's really scary about the Lincoln Project.
Kellyanne, can you repeat that again? I didn't hear you.
Sorry about that. I lost internet from
You're fine.
Crystal, who was chair Project for a New Century, the people of the Iraq War, is now a member of Republican for Biden and the Project. I mean, he's going to now be advising Biden on Star Wars
Well, I have said that if Biden wins this thing, it's going to be Obama on his most conservative day, crossed with Bush Cheney on their most liberal day. That's going to be the new normal. We're going to see the worst of the Bush Cheney years and the worst of the Obama years combined. And then all of us that calls bullshit on it, we're going to be called secret right wingers or what have you, you know?
Russians.
Russians.
We're all Russians.
Oh my God, the Russians. I'm so scared. Let me crawl under the bed. Ooh, Putin. Yeah, Putin is a piece of shit. Make no mistake about it. But you know what? I mean, Saudi Arabia is much worse than Iran, and it's much worse than Russia. And what did the United States do? I mean, the worse than Tulsi Gabbard. And I get a lot of outstairs want to defend her. She's right when she said that Donald Trump is Saudi Arabia's bitch. Sorry for using that word, but I'm just saying that's what she said.
No, I think that's fair. In that particular context, I didn't think bitches, even female.
Yeah. Bricks at me when I defend Tulsi Gabbard.
Vasil, you said in chat earlier that you had a relative that had to flee Libya. Did I understand that correctly?
My grandma and some people that I know stay there. Not my first cousin, but they had to leave the country in Misrata because of just bombing, and it was very early on. But everybody knew that a war was going to break out. Immediately, knew that a war was going to break out. So, yeah, it was just a mass immigration, and whoever could leave that had money to go back to Eastern Europe or anywhere just left.
100 cruise vessels. That's leading from behind? I don't think so. The United States destroyed the Libyan army. Look, Muammar Gaddafi was their day at the beach. But
the excuse of it was that he was going to destroy the country. But what they don't realize is that the Libyan army moved into Misrata and retreated with flags and high fives. Like, why couldn't they go to Benghazi if they went to Misrata? It makes no sense. It's an argument that makes absolutely no sense. Nothing would have happened if they were allowed to go to Benghazi. But Obama played it out like he's going to destroy the whole city and we're going to come in and save everybody. It was total nonsense. I mean, Libya has its problems, but they were number one in healthcare, number one in education in all of Africa. He was leader of that. I mean, say what you want. You had UBI in Libya. You had people were getting money off the oil companies.
And he was
much, but it was enough to end homelessness in Libya. And you have homeless people in Libya.
And Gaddafi was secular.
Yeah, and he was secular. Yeah.
Yeah. And that's the thing about it is I'm no fan of pan-Arab nationalism, but give me pan-Arab nationalism over what exists today in the Middle East, you know?
Well, he was hated by a lot of people because he was a pan-African.
And now, from what I've read, there's a war going on between the African and the Arab inhabitants of Libya, because somehow the Arabs are assuming that any black living in Libya must have been part of Gaddafi's militias. Libya is in Africa, you know. You would expect African people to live there.
It's just absolutely crazy that they pick, like, I forgot who it was, but like the two most radical tribes against Gaddafi, who were basically, if they were anywhere else in the world, they'd be proto-fascists, they are. People in Syria, where they had all that, the African Union had its congresses and then decided to work there in Tripoli. They weren't part of any of that stuff. They didn't want any civil war.
Who the hell? Well, I take that back. I was going to say, who the hell wants a civil war? The Boogaloo Boys, the Proud Boys.
That's
Yeah.
basically what it would be like a greater power arming the Boogaloo Boys, so and pretending like they overthrew the government when it was actually all a bunch of cruise missiles from that other power.
I never thought that I would have kind words for Gaddafi, but Libya was so much better under Gaddafi, and what people don't
My
understand.
grandma cried when they killed him.
And what people don't understand is that Gaddafi was actually helping the West go after the real bad guys.
Yeah, and because there is no nation state where Libya used to be, that's where most people who are trying to cross the Mediterranean to Europe are leaving from.
Yeah, I mean, I never thought that I would have anything nice to say about Gaddafi, but I was like, as I said, I mean, it's like during the 1970s and 80s, everybody feared the PLO, but I would love to see the PLO come back because, Hamas, is that better? I mean, I don't see where Hamas is better. And I didn't believe it when I heard that the Israeli government actually helped prop up Hamas, but it sounded like they did actually.
I believe that. The PLO was secular. And Muslim Palestinians, so they had this secular. Yeah. That was the critical thing about the PLO. I think that Israel built up Hamas to try to destabilize secular opposition.
If I'm not mistaken, isn't Fatah basically the remnants of the old PLO?
Yeah, that was Arafat's organization.
Yeah. Of course, when I have to tell conservatives and neoconservatives that George W. Bush helped legitimize Hamas, they don't want to hear it. I'm like, he did. He legitimized them.
That there are now Israelis.
Of course, it's a hell of a lot easier to oppose what the Israelis are doing today than it was 20 years ago. I mean, it's just kind of like they just decided, I guess maybe because everybody hated them, they're just like, well, might as well just be hateful assholes. So they just went full-fledged, fascism in their own way.
Oh, I don't know.
Not going since 1948.
I mean, I am still basically the old school. I mean, even though I'm not Jewish, I'm still basically the old labor Zionist I used to be years ago, but that doesn't exist anymore.
It exists in the United States. It doesn't exist in Israel.
Yeah. And so,
I go to buy National Zionist. I go to
Helmer Hotzer, that's
I just got a bulletin that the Biden in Washington was California. And the Trump is
yeah, Trump taking Idaho. I'm not surprised there.
Yeah, Trump taking.
If y'all excuse me, I'm going to go and get my bed clothes. I'm not sleepy, but I need to be a little more comfortable. I shall return in a quick moment, and I got to take a bathroom break too.
I'm gonna go join another.
Okay, Vassil, we'll talk to you then. Thanks for coming, everybody.
Ooh.
Yeah, I don't think I'll be going to sleep anytime soon.
Yeah, I don't think I will be either.
You look like you're already asleep, Margot. Do you want to go to bed?
Oh.
you're
There's
in
not
bed.
going to be anything announced for the rest of tonight, I'm sure.
Yeah, there's not gonna be anything earth shaking till morning. Why don't you turn off the computer and go to sleep?
Yeah, I'll see if the news is
Okay.
I'll just see what 538 has.
Okay, you know we're saying that because we care about you, not because we want to get rid of you, right?
Yeah, well, you do what's best for the process. Make a decision. What's best for your process? And,
Well, I've never been one to jettison anybody overboard to keep the ship afloat.
Yeah.
one thing is, something I want to go to my advisors and have some ice cream.
There you go.
Ice cream cookies.
There you go.
Enjoy.
Get my stuff. And I'll have so, yeah, so I could.
Well, I'm going to be up for a little while. There are some people who said they would join us up at midnight. I will stay up till 12:30.
So you join me maybe half an hour.
Nah, go to sleep. Why don't you rejoin us tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm just to find out what happens. I think that
There's not going to be anything happening tonight, and I can be sure of that.
if you process before you-
I'm back. I'm back.
I think-
Oh.
I'll call
You
you.
know, it's pretty tough.
If there is anything earth-shattering, we will mess
Oh.
with it immediately. How's that?
I am back.
Good night, my comrade sister.
Good night.
Good night.
Well, I am back. I'm
We
buzzing.
noticed.
Yeah. I got my 1996 Bernie Sanders for re-election in Congress t-shirt on.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. I remember that year I called their office in Vermont and we got into a discussion about Eric Chester. And I had to explain to them. And of course is all, whatever. I'm just thinking if I lived in Vermont, I mean, Liberty Union is jack shit now since Peter Diamondstone's dead. I mean, they don't have to worry about Liberty Union anymore.
What a worthless. There used to be a minor party in Vermont, called Liberty Union, and Bernie Sanders was involved with it right when he moved to Vermont. In fact, he was their candidate for Senate. But the party just became more and more sectarian. The guy that Melvin just mentioned, Peter Diamondstone, was their senatorial candidate, and he got a chance to debate the Democrat Republican senatorial candidate. And when people didn't ask him enough questions to suit him, he began to motherfuck the audience.
Really?
Really.
Yeah, he was so motivated by his hatred of Bernie Sanders. He was jealous, from what I can gather. He was so jealous of Bernie Sanders that he did everything he could to try to undermine him and everything like that.
Except work hard to keep his own party going.
Yeah.
So I met him in 2003, and I'm like, I mean, his demeanor when I met him, he actually reminded me of Bernie Sanders in some weird way, And
I never met the guy, no.
You never met him?
Mm-mm.
No, I met him in 2003, and And he is just he's fucking obsessed with Bernie Sanders. I mean, in a bad way, he was. I mean, he's no longer alive, but I mean, he was obsessed. I mean, and and everybody's well, Bernie Sanders, and they have a point about pointing out that Bernie Sanders, his flirtation with the Democratic Party. Okay, I get that, but if you look in Vermont, I mean, he fucking was challenging Bernie Sanders in the Democratic primaries in Vermont, but he was also in the Republican primaries. And I'm like, what the fuck is that? I mean, it's one thing to criticize him for being Bernie Sanders to be a lackey for the Democratic Party in Vermont, but I mean, goodness gracious, Vermont. I mean, and I know the Republicans are going to be more sane than down here in North Carolina. Having that said, is you're affiliating yourself with a political party that nationally is dominated by secular neocons and soft segregationists and the religious right.
Well, I hate to disagree with you, Melvin, but the neocons have all moved to the Democratic Party.
Now, but back then they were all in the Republican Party.
True.
Yeah, well, half of them are in the Democratic Party. I mean, there's still a bunch of the, you got your Mark Levins. There's still diehard Republicans first, and everything else second.
Well, that whole group of second-generation Trotskyists have pretty much gone over to Biden.
Oh, I know that now. And again, if Biden wins this thing, it's going to be an amount of time as to codify the Bernie Sanders supporters.
Big to try to make intelligible what we're talking about. There were a group of people who hung around what was called the Workers' Party in the 1930s and 40s, like Irving Kristol, Mitch Decker, Norman Podhoretz, etc. They considered themselves to be Trotskyists. They became involved with Zionist causes and rapidly moved right. Their children were the first generation of neocons.
Okay.
And they took their parents' Trotskyist ideas, things like permanent revolution. Well, they wanted a permanent capitalist revolution instead of a permanent socialist revolution. They what was the other one? They just basically adopted these far left ideas and took them to the far right. And now a lot of them, unfortunately, the more literate ones have decided to line up behind Biden.
Oh.
And these are the people that brought us the second Iraq War.
Well, a lot of them,
Okay,
I mean, there are neocons who don't even know that they have a leftist connection in the past, and they don't have any connection with leftism at all. Like many people from the religious right, your Pat Robertsons and John Hagees would never know about the Trotskyist connections to their politics.
All I can suggest is that they read Van Wattenberg's books.
Mm-hmm. Very true.
Where he explains, I mean, in the very first chapter, I can't remember the name of the book, Wattenberg goes on and on about Ben Campbell and his service to the neoconservative cause. Well, Ben Campbell was the chair of the SDUSA.
I have to explain this to.
Ben Nice Campbell, he was a Republican. No, he was a congressman, wasn't he?
A senator, different guy.
Okay.
Well,
that was Ben Nighthorse. This is Penn, Penn Campbell,
Okay.
Kemble. He's the guy that took me for Vietnamese dog.
Well, it's funny because I have at work. I had to my previous job. One of my coworkers was a staunch Ted Cruz Republican who was pro-union from Texas, and he was one of the best union organizers around. I told James, I'm like, it's too damn bad you lean Republican. We could really use you on our side. But anyway, the thing about him was that when I explained to him what neoconservatism was, he dismissed me until one of our mutual extreme libertarian co-workers explained to him that I was correct about the neoconservatism and the Trotskyist connections and everything. I mean, he dismissed me because of my left-wing politics. But when he listened to the libertarian, he was like, Melvin's correct. Melvin's correct. What he said about about the the baggage of the Trotskyists. The neoconservatives came from a Trotskyist background. Melvin is absolutely correct, and we finally convinced James about that because he just didn't even realize it.
I can remember listening to Paul Wolfowitz address an SDUSA convention.
Mm-hmm.
The guy that's now special representative to Venezuela and Iran.
Well, as I said,
he went to jail for the Iran Contra affair, but was pardoned. Or no,
all the Northeast ones across pardon. You're talking,
I said
talking about Libby.
No, I said Iran Contra. What I meant was the Iraq War. I can find the guy's name here quickly enough. Somewhere on my Young People Socialist membership card, I've got this guy's signature. I wonder what I could auction that off for. Reagan's check to the Americans for Democratic Action went for $500,000.
Really?
Really?
You might have some valuable stuff in there. But I'll tell you, it is fascinating about the neoconservative past, how it connects with the leftism. And, just kind of like, just when I joined the Socialist Party USA, when I've just like, wow, and I've just realized these things. I'm just like, wow. And this organization, this tiny little sect on the left, was a microscopic pipeline toward a lot of the nonsense. So I was like, this is amazing.
Elliot Abrams was the name I couldn't think of.
Oh, okay.
Elliot Abrams was chairman of Students for Democratic Action and vice chairman of Young People Socialist League. So I have his signature and Josh Moravchek's on my membership card. Even when we started the forum on Socialist Party affairs, and we said, we weren't going to be sectarian. Anything that had to do with the Socialist Party or any of its splits, permutations, etc., was fair game.
Right.
Moravchek's father joined the forum. Josh Moravchek is now a resident scholar at the American Enterprise Institute because he found capitalism pays better than socialism.
Oh my God.
Oh, okay.
This is a guy who gave eulogies at the funerals of both Norman Thomas and Max Shachtman, saying that he would never desert the cause. He would always be a socialist.
Oh.
His father, Emanuel Moravchek, kept that promise. So once in a great while, Manny would give us some piece, what went on in the old days. was, and as much as I think we're doing good things, those people were giants.
Ooh.
I remember talking with Sam Friedman, and he said he used to go to Atlanta to visit Debs in the penitentiary. And I said to Sam, how did Debs laugh? What do you mean? I mean, did he belly laugh? Did he Twitter? Did, there's, and there's, three completely different kinds of laughter. And I'm just curious as to how Debs laugh, because I think you can tell an awful lot about a person by how they laugh. And he said he belly laughed. If he heard something funny, you could hear him in the next room laughing. You could hear him outside the prison walls. They laughed. And I said,
Oh, boy.
I said, that's that is the thing I always wanted to know about you, Debs. Thank you for, and he said, I think that's the most intelligent question anybody ever asked me about Debs. Okay, whatever you say. Sam lost his eyesight, and his wife, Mary, Mary was definitely A.B. Cyrus Rose. Sam would not drive on the Sabbath, but Mary would. She'd take him anywhere he wanted to go. So Sam and Mary are coming into a conference, and you always knew when Sam was approaching. You hear his voice, and it had to be Sam. You knew that's Sam. And he's saying to his wife, Mary, you take me over to my boys. My boys will take care of me, Mary. You take me over to my boys. Meaning David Hacker and myself. And so Sam sits down and Mary motions to me. Yeah, Mary, what is it? She said, I don't ever want you to betray Sam. Mary, I can't even conceptualize how I could betray Sam. She said, you could desert the cause. He had another two guys that he used to call my boys. I said, okay. And I said, and their names were Mickey Swarner and Andy Goodman.
Oh my.
Mary, this is not the stuff of martyrs, okay? I do not want to get shot and buried in an earthen dam somewhere. And said, no, Sam doesn't want you to die. He wants you to live a long life and be an old shitter like him. But don't desert the cause. Look what Moravchik did. Do I have to? I get the point. And no, I will never desert the cause because I'll always have Sam Freeman in the back of my mind. And 2 years later, Rob Tucker comes to the Socialist Party convention, which was in Johnstown at that independent hotel on the Johnstown-Wimber Road. This would need, except for the conference, this wouldn't need much human. But Rob says to me, I heard you used to belong to the SDUSA. I said, well, I still belong to the new SDUSA. He said, what the hell would you join the SDUSA for? And I said to him, because I wanted to meet Sam Friedman. He sat there for a moment and he said, you're lying, but that's the best answer I've ever heard to that question. He was one of Sam's boys.
Yeah.
They were having a Labor Day parade, and socialist contingent is marching together. And they look over, and there's a bunch of cops fighting the guys like workers. And Friedman yells, The cops are attacking the workers, boys. Let's get them. And the men of the Socialist Party just wade into this fight. Big picture in the next day's Daily Worker, Communist Party newspaper. Workers defend communists. Small article on page 50 of the Daily Worker. Social fascist Sam Friedman released from jail.
Social fascists.
Yeah, the socialists, they were good guys as long as they were fighting for the communists, but after that, they're just a bunch of social fascists. It was hysterical to be on a phone call with McReynolds and Tucker. You know how you fall into that? You can say just about anything to an old friend.
Yeah.
And I forget what Tucker said about McReynolds. And he said, yeah, David, we sometimes just call McReynolds. And McReynolds answers with Tucker, who we sometimes just call cranky old Quaker. Rob could tell the raunchiest story you ever heard in your life, and it didn't seem raunchy. It was like your uncle telling it to you. He said, after the March for Jobs and Justice, Bayard Rustin, Tom Kahn, and Rochelle Hurl went to their motel room where they had a bunch of cloth. And the next morning, Rochelle said,
Oh, me? No, well, no. I mean, if I pass out, I pass out. But because I'm buzzed, just in case you didn't notice, I'm buzzed right now. What I'm doing is I'm trying to find a plug. Hold on, I gotta get an extension cord because my battery is running low on one of my other laptops. That one I'm holding. That's what's coming down to. So, and I found if I pass out, I am not being rude, but I've had a little too much alcohol. But oh my gosh. My nightstand on my bed almost, and the lamp went into the floor. Well, but that's okay. It's all good.
I'll be right back. I need to get something that is running off calling drink.
Okay.
Maybe I'll get an American beer.
Whew. Oh, I know where I can get the plug. Oh my gosh. I'll have to pull the couch this way a little bit. That's all right. Oh, buzzing away. Okay. Oh. All right. Okay. All right. I'm back. Oh. Okay. Okay. Frankly, I thought I had more. I thought I was gonna have more to say, but I am logging off. Whatever happens, happens.